Hello and welcome to the 5th episode of Dungeons & Dragons, the show where I lead your favorite speedrunners on a daring adventure through a dastardly tabletop world of my creation. My name is Adef, and I'll be your Dungeon Master tonight. Joining us, as always, are Dannyb, Dangers, TheBlackastic, and Patty. Every other Monday night at 6 p.m. Eastern here on twitch.tv/Adef, the four of them will be attempting to save the secluded nation of Soule. Before we get started today, just a reminder to check out our YouTube and subscribe. All previous episodes can be found there in their entirety. Reminder that at any point tonight, you can type !S_D to go to our YouTube channel, !map to see the map of the nation of Soule, in which our game takes place, !follow to go and follow our wonderful players, and !party to see the class and race of each of our players. And lastly, if you are watching this on YouTube, consider joining us live for a Twitch stream next time. As was mentioned previously, we play every other Monday night, 6 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv/Adef. Follow there and turn on notifications. You can join my Discord for up-to-date info on when we go live. Now, let's hop into our recap, shall we? Got some new music. Very good. I went through and I made new playlists. I added things to all of our existing playlists. We've got more diversity. It's not just Elder Scrolls now. We've got maybe some Dark Souls, some Bloodborne, some Witcher. So a good fusion of things we'll be having. So, last time on Speedrunners Dragons. After being rescued by their new friend Luck, our quartet of warriors confronted Adnan in his home, only to find out that Balyor, the young king, has been having his life drained and soul held captive by a member of the Green Hand. In order to maintain Tiber's Eastern Soule favoring votes on the council, and to keep people from entering the shrine to Kinyor, this mysterious woman from the Green Hand told Adnan that she would keep Balyor alive, should he make sure that all those things happened. After telling all, Adnan was killed by the same Green Hand woman, who then made an escape downwards to the lower levels of the city. Our heroes followed Luck down to the first level, where they watched as he traipsed into the Hall of Kings and put all the guards to sleep. Our heroes then found the young king unresponsive, but alive, in his bed. Using some anciently placed thieves' cant, Gouger managed to find a way into the king's tree. Now beneath the city, the group solved a puzzle and a study to reveal a hidden dungeon and a necklace, and then went deeper underground. There, our heroes fought a hellish hound with two heads, and they cast themselves off many a ledge. Then they stumbled into what appeared to be the suspect Green Hand figure, communicating with a mysterious figure engulfed in flame via some kind of magical communicative link. She referred to the figure in flames as my priest and servant of Zalar. The two were speaking in a vast cavernous room with enormous roots running along ceilings to a central object which appeared to house great power. The shadowy man discussed our heroes with her, expressing his disdain at the fact that they had already freed the Shrine to Solace, fought against a man called the Index, and now challenged this servant of his. He referred to her as his ring. His final words were, "Our hold over Soule is close. The work which Zalar entrusted to me is nigh on complete. Our hold on the Eastern Council seats is imperative to convert Kolumnos. Do not fail me." Then, with an utterance of, "For Zalar, God of Gods," he vanished. Our heroes then jumped onto the scene and engaged in an epic battle with the Ring of the Green Hand. After disposing of her two grunts and dealing much damage to her, she severed her bonds to the King's Tree and made some kind of final magical pact, granting her immense power, but at the eventual cost of her life. But she intended to take our heroes down with her. She burst the ceiling above them, brought them up, they fought in the big town square. It was this whole hullabaloo. And then she said, "For Zalar, God of Gods," and started doing this massive absorption of power to do this massive explosion after our boy Lucius managed to deal the final blow and chop off her feet. Grum already out cold, Gouger, Lucius, Caius, and Luck all collapsed of exhaustion and awoke later to a warm room in the company of Balyor, the young king. A completely new, now energized individual, he thanked them, invited them to a brunch, and gave them the king's blessing to enter Kinyor's shrine. They freed the spirit there and the shrine from the evil Green Hand magic, and Kinyor gave power to Kinyor's necklace, an object Lucius had found earlier. The king then gave a gift, his father's old bow, the Oath Bow, which Caius accepted. He promised to help our heroes should they ever need it, and our lads set off northwards towards Shalos, planning to travel through the Erasmithian swamps. In the forest of Tiber, however, our heroes and their horses are greeted first by some needles raining down from somewhere above. Gamers, get out your jack-o'-lanterns, make sure to bring in some ghosts and ghouls, and welcome to the 5th very spooky Halloween episode of Speedrunners and Dragons. We're here. It's time.
Hello, friends.
Hello, boys.
Howdy.
I'm amped. I'm amped about this one.
He's amped.
I'm amped. So if you boys are ready, we can hop right into it. I need a verbal yes and a thumbs up.
Yes.
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 Patrick? Still can't hear you.
You muted.
Just yell. Just keep yelling.
Happens all the time.
You can check in Zoom if you go down to the bottom left where the mic is and click it. You might it might have changed your speaker or your mic or something. This is all scripted, by the way.
Oh no, where'd my spooky thing go? No, not that one.
So I wanted to have some orange lighting on me today for Spooky Day.
It looks like
So
you
I-
and Dangers did the same thing.
So I have like
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
I have like this orange piece of clothing over a lamp that's right here, but that wasn't orange enough, and I just got this really big new monitor. So I just have half of it a giant orange square, so it's like emanating on my face.
That's exactly the same thing I did. 3 of my monitors are just red right
Wait,
now.
I could just turn f.lux on and crank it all the way up. Danny, please don't burn down your apartment.
I'm trying.
Okay, you guys ready?
Let's
Yes.
do it.
Let's do it. So, a familiar voice, starts to sort of appear like it's coming from like everywhere all at once. And first, it's right behind you, and you quickly turn around to see the familiar face of Z in his purple gown with all his needles and hardware. And he says, "One finger falls off of the green hand. Our budding heroes are proving not to be such pushovers as I had once thought." Then he snaps his fingers and disappears in purple smoke into the air, and then suddenly he's in front of you, and you whip back around, and he's hanging from a tree branch by his legs, like his legs curled around the tree branch, and he's like dangling downwards with his arms crossed. And he says, "Quite the fight with the ring as well, full of action." Then he's suddenly face to face with Lucius. He's like right in your face, looking dead into your eyes, and he says, "Perhaps you really can do it. This guy got quite the hit in there at the end. Stuff of legends." And then he backs up a little bit, this time just walking like a normal person. And he does this. He does one of these, the old elbow on the arm, I'm thinking pose. And he says, "I have to say, I did not expect her to be able to make a Daic link, let alone actually make it happen. That was going to cost her life, But then she exploded into a big blast. Ba-boom!" And then he sort of just is studying you.
Were you watching us this whole time?
Oh, I'm always watching.
Well, then you can watch us as we head toward the swamp. Good day.
Well, headed north, right? I'm excited to see what you'll do next, and a word to the wiser among you. And he looks at Grum with a snarky look like this, and then turns to the others and says, "Be about your wits in Erismith. Word of sailors losing their minds these days. And as much fun as it sounds, I quite like my thoughts right where they are. Toodaloo!" And then he snaps his fingers and he teleports. In purple smoke trails left behind, and he's gone.
Guys, I think he's scared of me. He looked right at me.
I think that's what it was, yes.
Definitely, bro. So we're gonna deal with some crazy people here in the swamps. Perhaps
Hopefully we don't go crazy ourselves.
Well, that's why we gotta like stick together. I would assume.
Yeah. So he's gone.
Let's.
He's totally disappeared.
And I don't really like this this whole always being watched thing. If we're heroes, why are we always targeted all the time?
Yeah,
Because we're heroes.
How can he be able to see us everywhere we go? I mean, clearly he can teleport anywhere he wants, but
Especially Gouger, that dude's invisible. Like always.
Always. It's not me, I swear. We're not the same person, if that's what you're wondering.
I would like
That would be a twist. That would be a twist.
I would like to cast Divine Sense and see if I can sense this guy nearby at all.
Doesn't Divine Sense only let you track like fiends?
Yes, Celestials, fiends, or undead.
Yeah, you feel nothing.
Okay.
But your battle sense, all of you kind of feel like he might have just teleported like 20 feet away and is just hiding somewhere. But there's also a possibility that he's just gone. And also, you can kind of tell that when he says he's always watching, it might not mean he's like always in the vicinity.
He's just aware of what we're doing.
That, and he might just be talking out of his ass.
I mean, at least we don't have to deal with that for the time being.
Yeah, at least knew about our fight with the ring. He knew details.
At least he's not trying to kill us.
Yeah, that didn't work out too well for us last time.
I thought that to be more of a test than anything, and he did. I don't know if he is to be trusted, but I would say things might be getting a little bit crazy in the swamps, especially with what we experienced in Tiber already.
Yeah, Green Hand is upping their game, that's for sure. Should we keep going north?
I'd like to keep going north. I'd like to get this done as soon as possible. So that, well, I don't know what the heck's going on in Columnos, but they're mobilizing something really great. To be deeply rooted within that estate. I don't think it'll bode well for the future.
We are in the forest right now. Yes.
Yeah, so you're in the forest. Ooh, don't call me that. Yeah, you're in the forest of Tiber, and you're, not too far north of the city limits, but you are, in the woods.
All right. Well, I'm happy to keep pressing on.
I turned the music up a little bit, gamers, so if you're in chat and the music seems a little loud or too quiet, you just let me know.
It's my dragon breath.
Nice. Great. Good. Well, with that, I don't think there's ever been a better way to say thanks for watching episode 5 of Speedrunners and Dragons. Big cliffhanger on this one, definitely. No. Cool. So, you managed to traverse through the forest of Tiber with little issue. Truly, life has returned to the woods as we found last week or 2 weeks ago. It's teeming with life. There are, leaves falling very peacefully. The sunlight is falling through the trees, and squirrels and elk abound. It's a beautiful sight, and it makes you feel very at ease, though Z's words about Aerysmith being in a state of decay certainly were not fun. And so, as you reach the edge of the Tiberian forest and begin to cross over into what must be the Aerysmithian part of Shalane, the air makes a noticeable shift. From the warm, light air of the forest, you are now greeted by a chilly, damp, tense air which sits on your skin. Looking up into the sky, there appears to be a sharp cutoff where the sunlit, open skies of Tiber quickly give way to thick, gray cloud cover as far as the eye can see. A light drizzle of rain begins to bounce off of your armor as you venture forth. In front of you lay what appears to be almost a wetland wasteland. There are some trees and shrubs here and there surviving, but mostly it's dead trees and plants abound in this very gray, flat area. Excuse me. Ahead you can see a large density of these graying dead trees, almost like a forest of them, but it's mostly occluded by the setting on of a thick fog, which gets only thicker and more dense as you approach the dead forest's edge. So that's like maybe a mile away from you to the north. And, as your horses begin to walk through the ground, they start to slow down a bit, and they're almost like their feet are hitting like slosh. There's like water, seeping out. It's turning into a very swampy area, basically. And nice, Patrick. Very good. 347455, Patrick. There you go.
That's not what it says.
Well, you didn't type any words.
Yes, I did.
Oh, you want me to do the reverse? This is interesting. Eat ass, it says.
Thank you.
Excellent. No one's ever done the reverse, Patrick. People have only done the forward version where I translate regular words into numbers. Good job. Nice work. I now live in a hell where that exists. Excellent. So yeah, as you walk, the horses slow down to a point where it becomes like you're gonna have to get off and walk with the horses at a trot rather than galloping. And so dismounting. As you walk, your feet begin to slosh against the ground, revealing water just below the small layer of decaying grass beneath your feet, and abundant mud puddles around the dead trees. And as you walk further inwards, the fog begins to be so thick that you can hardly see more than 15 feet in front of you. So at this point, I'll ask for a walking order and what your game plan is.
Well, I think by default I'm in front because of my necklace granting me the utmost confidence.
And I'm jealous of the confidence, so I'm second. Trying to kind of elbow my way up.
I will be respectable distance behind Grum, as I always want to tail behind my paladin brother.
And I will be in the rear, I suppose.
Ha ha ha.
So not even my trait of dark vision can see through this thick or dark fog?
No, it's just a thick fog. So as you start walking, you begin to reach this forest's edge, and it really is just like a high density of these dead, graying trees. If you type !map in the chat and pull it up, you'll kind of see an example of what these trees kind of look like in the Erasmithian region of the map. And the rain has started and the music. Perfect. It's still raining on you. It's not a hard rain. It's not anything to make you like critically uncomfortable, but it's unsettling. The drizzle definitely is unsettling. Sorry. So, yeah, you just enter and there's, trees everywhere. But again, you can only see the next one that's like 15 feet in front of you and the ones in a 15-foot radius. But other than that, you can't really see. How do you proceed?
Confidently.
And close together.
Okay. So as you walk, maybe 10 minutes pass, 20 minutes pass, 40 minutes pass, and you still are just seeing trees. And everybody roll perception. First roll of the night. Can I get some jack-o'-lanterns in the chat? That's what our pog tonight is going to be, jack-o'-lanterns. If you're on your phone, you can post a jack-o'-lantern emoji. If you're not on your phone, probably jack-o'-lantern, I would imagine, will work. Jack-o'-lanterns are our pog tonight because Halloween's in 12 days.
It's true.
So yeah, let's go Gouger first.
4.
And Lucius.
3.
Oh no.
Caius.
7.
Oh no.
Grum.
9.
Let's go!
I am so perceptive.
So Grum, everyone else is like, wow, it's cold. This rain is cold. And, that's just how it feels. Grum, you swear for a moment, just like a slight glimpse on your left, you swear you see a large shadowy figure in the distance, even past what you can typically see. But as soon as you turn your head, it's gone. It's maybe, you feel like it was maybe 60 to 70 feet away, but somehow you saw it through the fog. But it's just a glimpse, like that long.
Do I relay this to my compatriots, or?
That's up to you, my friend.
I don't think I do.
Okay.
I think it's the light playing tricks on me, and I don't want to seem uneasy. I don't want to seem scared.
That's some roleplay. And I'm not, that's not me trying to be mean or annoying. That's some fucking roleplay right there. Sick. So, as you keep going, after a while, who rolled the one next after 9?
I did with the 7.
Bobby.
Caius, after another 20 minutes, So first, right after you rolled the perception out of game, in game, your character sort of for a moment you stabilized yourself and your horse on a tree, and you kept walking. About 20 minutes later, you notice your handprint again. It like made it, the tree is dead, and when you pulled your hand away, some bark came off in the shape of your handprint, and you notice it again.
Guys, I'm gonna call your attention to this because this is the exact same place that we have traveled before. I think we're going a complete circle, and we've been going in a straight line. I don't know what's going on here.
Upon hearing this, I'm gonna check to see if I can notice tracks left by us in the past.
Roll. Oh, what's the thing called? There's such a good stat for this. It's a stat made for checking for tracks.
Investigation?
No.
Survival?
I think it's survival. I'm gonna check. We have to use it because we have to.
Nature?
Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's survival. Roll
Okay.
survival.
A 12.
Walking backwards a little bit, you can see you and your horse's prints multiple times. In like multiple straight lines.
Like parallel lines?
Well, like just, you walked one way and then you perceive that you maybe just took the same path but at a slightly to the right or slightly to the left.
Got it. Well, I point this out to my friends. It seems that indeed we have come this way more than once.
Oh.
And how long ago did you leave this handprint, guys?
It's been so long since we've been walking. I'm not sure I remember, but
It's been like 20 minutes, Caius.
This voice floats to me from within.
I'm literally role playing as well. Like it's been so long since I could.
Oh, okay, sure, sorry.
Who said that?
Caius!
Who's there?
Caius, it is I. It's been 20 minutes. Oh, God?
Thanks, God.
Why can't I be an anxious mess in this maze? Okay.
God comes with pertinent information.
20 minutes.
Your bread is almost ready.
But something reminds me in my moment of clarity, but also
You forgot to set the timer.
The oven is on.
20
Well,
minutes.
Considering we haven't been out here very long, and there's multiple sets of tracks, whatever loop we're in can't be very far distance-wise. There's no way we're turning around in circles that much. I sense trickery at play here.
Any ideas?
Well, this may be a good time to mention some shifty figures I saw in the distance now that things are getting spooky.
Oh, so now we're being watched?
How long ago did you notice that?
Very long ago. More than 20 minutes, that's for sure.
You have any answers for us,
Hey,
God?
God.
Yes, my son.
When did I notice the spooky ghost figure?
Fuck, man, I don't know.
Me neither. All right, yeah, we're out of luck. I have no idea.
What do I
It was
look like, a
while ago.
pocket watch? Idiot.
Time is a construct.
I live outside of it.
Okay. It was a while ago. A while ago would be my answer.
Can I use my divine sense to see if that figure might be of something of a celestial or undead or fiendish nature?
Sure. You sense that there have been fiends in the area of late, but there is nothing around you right now.
I'm gonna suggest that since we clearly have lost all sense of direction, and perhaps direction doesn't even mean anything in this horrible place, that we turn at a complete right angle to the direction we've been walking and see if we still come back here.
And just wrap around back that way? Okay, then let's
So if we think we're going north right now, then I'd say we just go due east to where the shore must be.
Sure. You know what? I'll actually take out one of my torches and light it, and I'll plant it on the ground, like in front of us. And if we come back here, then I mean, honestly, I don't know what's gonna go on. Hopefully we find the source of this magic. Is this how people go mad in the Arismithian swamps?
Probably.
And the torch lets off some sparks, and you can see which way to go to get to the Master Sword.
Ah, so that's how it works.
Danny, no, I'm the GM, Danny. No. Okay, so you take a sharp.
Can I find the enchanted sword, please?
Yes. Yes.
One more sword, please.
So you turn right, and as you're walking, whose idea was it to turn right? It was Lucius's idea. Lucius,
Yes.
make a nature check.
Nature, alrighty.
It's a stat.
Yeah, it is. And I rolled a very, very strong 4. Second 4 of the night already.
There are trees around you.
That's amazing.
Sure are.
So you take a right turn, and about 5 or 6 minutes later, you're back at the torch.
It.
I feel like whatever we're in right now is some sort of puzzle. And I feel like there must be clues somewhere that help us figure out our direction.
Gouger, you want to roll for nature?
Yeah. 19.
You notice. So, first of all, let's have Caius roll perception. I'll get to your nature check in a second.
We're just walking around all confused, and Gouger's over there. This tree is a carnivorous.
16.
Of the family Acacia, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
Gentlemen, please come here.
So, you can tell it's an aspen by the way that it is. So,
I've seen that shit in so long.
it's such a good video, dude.
What is that called again?
It's called Nature Walks.
Nature Walks.
Isn't nature neat?
Isn't nature neat?
Oh my goodness.
So, Caius, you notice that the torch, your torch, has some kind of, wrappings at the top to be lit. And when you placed it facing north, right? And you can see what it looked like from that angle. But when you turned right, you're now approaching it from the west side of the torch. So it almost as if you've gone forward, taken a right, and then come from the left.
We're in a giant Pac-Man board.
And so now to Gouger. Gouger, you notice that right behind you, when you come through this area, like on the left, right behind you on the ground, there is a small lily flower.
All right. And I kind of bend down and I look at it and I just observing it and I say, "What do you think this is? There's life here. What do you think this means?"
I say it looks like a lily flower.
Very perceptive.
My man.
Very
How
perceptive.
long did it take
Could
us
there
to
be-
get back to the torch?
It was like 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
So-
could there be any more sources of life in that general area of which that lily flower grew?
You only see the lily.
Is the lily facing any direction?
It's just right there on a tree from where you just came from. Or
So
at
from-
the ground by a tree.
From the west?
Yeah.
So not where the torch was.
No, the torch is in the center, basically.
Right.
Well, what do you think it means?
Well,
I don't
I
think
don't
it
know.
needs to mean anything, but we might as well follow in whatever way nature has deemed safe to grow, since not much is growing healthily here at all.
Do we head past the tree in that direction?
Perhaps more flowers will tell us if we're on the right track.
Perhaps.
let's try it. This place gives me the willies.
Yeah. So you have to
Come on,
turn
gang.
around. You turn around and walk back the way you just came from. And after 3 or 4 minutes, you're in an area similar to the one you were just in, but there's no torch.
Is there signs of a torch? Or we
No.
have never been here?
It seems as though you've never been here. There's no handprint on the tree, there's no torch, there's no footsteps.
Do, 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 do.
Yeah.
Do, 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 do.
Should we look for another lily?
Flowers.
You see 2 lilies on the tree to your right, so north.
Seems we found a pattern.
You take that, you make it through there. Then there's 3 lilies to your left. You take that. Now you're facing west, and then we'll skip to the end of this puzzle. You've figured it out. So
Figured out the lilies.
You get through this winding maze of lilies, and then I'm gonna have everybody roll perception, and we're going into the spooky music.
Don't you hate when your puzzle is ruined by a 19 nature check?
Bro, so relatable.
I rolled an 11. On
Okay,
perception.
Caius.
I got a 10.
8.
Oh, sorry. In my head, I said Gouger, but I didn't say it. And Grum.
20.
Okay.
20.
Not
Was it-
natural.
All right. Well, still,
An unnatural 20.
Grum the ever perceptive today.
I
So
got my dragon years up.
yeah, you come through the last clearing, or what you suppose to be the last clearing, because as you move through, you round this tree, and you see a shadowy figure, Grum, and it's opportune that it's you because it reminds you of the one you saw at the beginning.
Oh.
And it's knelt, and you can only see its back, and it's about 40 feet from you, and its back is to you, and it's not moving much, save for its shoulders a bit every once in a while, but it's just hunched there. And it looks humanoid, and that is all you can tell.
Is it bending over a dead unicorn?
Yes, and a centaur is about to come save you.
Ah, wonderful. I kind of put my hand on fuck.
It's only week. It's only the 10th week
My name's
and
Lucius.
5th session.
I always mix up your names, Lucius and Caius. In my brain, they just flip flop all the time. My goodness. All right, I put my hand on Lucius's shoulder and stop him since he's in front, and kind of like point towards the figure to kind of point out to him, and hope that the people behind me kind of figure out that we've stopped.
I immediately halt. How far away is he? 40 feet from
40,
us?
40 feet.
Okay. Well, I'm feeling like a big old badass right now.
Here it
so-
comes.
I'm
He's
not
got his confidence.
I'm not going anywhere, but I'm gonna cast thaumaturgy, excuse me.
The music, dude.
I knew Patty would like this.
And I do that with my voice. No,
I'm gonna cast this spell.
Look, I don't get to choose when Great Grey Wolf Sif comes on. It just comes on in the shuffle.
so yeah, I'm casting thaumaturgy, and I'm going to make my voice much louder than normal, and I'm going to scream at whoever is there.
Scream.
Yes. Well, yell, booming voice.
Yes.
And I'm going to say, "Who goes there? Rise and state your name."
There's no response.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm very intimidating, just so you know.
There's no response.
Damn. Okay.
It doesn't even move.
Good doggy.
Doesn't even move. Okay, that's creepy as fuck.
I
Bro,
grab
booming
a
voice,
nearby
dude.
stick. I grab a nearby stick and I huck it next to him.
No response.
Damn.
This is weird, you guys.
I take one of my pieces of copper and chuck it at the thing, hoping to hit it with a little bit of force, but not all of my force.
It moves forward a little bit, then settles back.
I'm going to approach it slowly.
Okay?
Uh,
Yeah, Lucius, you got something to say?
Nah, Mr. Confidence over here.
No, nothing to say. Like just out of curiosity, if anything, if it's something hostile, it would have attacked us by now. But
perhaps it's luring us in.
So
had my
c-
back before, hadn't you?
Yeah, I'm going with you if you're going in. but I have a very bad feeling about this.
Gouger, Grum, what are you guys gonna do?
I'll follow slowly behind.
And
Maybe
Gouger,
behind like a certain number of feet.
you're
Yeah.
last in line, Gouger.
I'll stay last, yeah.
Okay. So as you walk forward, you begin to be able to see over it a little bit, and there's a pond. There's a small pond in front of it. And it's a cloaked figure. And then Caius, as you whip around, you see that it's a scarecrow. There's just hay and like a comical t-shirt and 2 wooden pegs. And then all 3 of you, Grum, Caius, and Lucius, hear a sound and turn around to see a knife at Gouger's throat.
Ah!
And it's a man. It's a human man with a gray goatee and short gray hair, and he's wearing a very old set of armor. And he's wielding quite a nice broadsword on his hilt. And he has this knife out, and his eyes look dead tired. And he looks at you and he says, "Travelers, we don't have much of them these days. Are you lost? I can take you to town." And he releases the knife off of Gouger and lets you walk. And he sheathes the knife. He says, sorry about my dummy here. There's reports of strange folk walking these woods of late. I came to see if I could get the jump on 'em. Name's Ron. Come with me then. Not safe to linger in these woods anymore, huh?" And then he turns around and just begins to walk.
I yell, "Hey, Ron! What town are we heading to right now?"
He turns around and he says, "Arismuth, keep up then." And then he turns around and starts walking.
I am Gouger. If you want to go in front of me so I can get your backs, because that was extremely. I don't know what that guy. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I don't like him. I'm gonna stay far away from him. But
I'm
yeah,
gonna walk with him.
if you want to follow behind me, that's a good idea.
I'm gonna trot up next to him. I like the cut of his jib. He seems strong. He's fast, like a warrior type.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, he's definitely built like a warrior, but he seems old. This is the
I'm
type
s-
that's seen lots of battle.
I'm smitten. I'm taken in. So
Hell yeah.
I'm walking with him.
So, you walk with him for some time, and you take turns every once in a while, just seemingly at random. No lilies or anything. And then, all of a sudden, as you follow Ron past the last clearing of trees, you finally get a glimpse at the town of Arismuth. And Grum, roll perception.
15.
Grum, you have this innate feeling to turn around for a moment. And as you turn, you see the same shadowy figure you saw at the very beginning, just standing about 100 feet behind you guys, staring at you. You can't see its eyes, you can't see its face, you're not even able to make out what it looks like. It's humanoid, it's tall, black and shadowy, and it's staring right at you.
That one.
He's
And
in front, yes, so we can see him pointing.
yeah. And as you guys turn, there's nothing there. And Grum, you look back, and there's nothing there.
Grum, what were you pointing at there, buddy?
Sooth, a shadowy figure doth appear behind us. Not 100 feet.
I don't see anything.
Like the shadow it is, it vanished without a trace.
A specter of night. So, Ron turns and he says, "I said keep up. Come on then." So he turns and, now you've got a proper glimpse at the town of Arismuth. A seemingly humble fisherman's town. It sits on one of the edges of those, or it sits on the edge of the northern part of Shalane overlooking the sea. If you look at the map, it's sort of this like bay that cuts into the northern part, and there's these 3 streams running off, right? But this is on the sea proper. It's not on one of those streams. One of them, the middle one, runs on the western part of town, but it runs into the bay. So they're on the ocean. And the town structures are largely made of wood, with many long docks protruding out into the water, with many a fishing boat docked, and a few slightly larger trade ships docked as well. The rain continues to fall here too. You can see some fishermen at work, some hauling lumber and other are, hauling goods to and from ships. Everyone looks exhausted, almost like husks of people. They move slowly, their skin is pale, their eyes droop. And, you walk for a moment and, a fisherman passes you with a net with some freshly caught fish, and he's got his rod over his shoulder, and he looks just dead in the eyes. And Ron turns and he says, "You may have noticed we're not exactly a lively bunch at the moment. If you've come to town, the dreams are bound to affect you too. Here, I'll take you to meet our town leader. Perhaps he can give you some insight as to what ails us."
I'm sorry, dreams? What do you mean by dreams?
You'll find out soon enough. And then he turns and starts walking again.
What, they expect us to go to sleep here ever since they mentioned that?
And so, as you follow him, he turns and you see the biggest building you've seen thus far, but it's not, huge or anything. It is this larger hall, still made completely out of wood, and he walks up to the front door and just opens it and walks inside.
I suppose we're meant to follow.
Let's go in.
Sure. So, this ain't the vibe. There we go. So,
No, it's not.
Being a sound director is harder than it looks, everybody.
I went from 3 playlists to 5 this week, and anyway, so you walk in and you're in this well-lit room with lots of torches along the pillars that house this very tall, relatively speaking to the other buildings, tall thatch roof. And there's a man standing at the table in front of you, and he wears a long green cloak, and his back is to you.
I'm going to call out to him, say, "Excuse me, sir. We were brought to you by a man wandering the swamp. He said that you would be able to tell us about what's going on here in this town."
And you sort of start to notice the green cloak. It reminds you of one you've seen before, back in Cilicia. And Ron, who has now walked over to a fire on the left part of the room, and he's sat down and he's taking off his heavier pieces of armor. And the man turns, but you still can't see his face, and he turns to Ron and he says, "Ah, Ron, you're back. What news from the woods?" He says, "Nothing to note, except these lot. Figure they might be able to help." Very well.
Well, while that was going on, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but
No.
I'm going to whisper over to the party. If this is what I think it is, well, at the very least, I don't think they're aware of who we are. So, might be worth getting some information by just playing along a little bit, at least until we get further information. Is that cool with everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Okay.
So this man turns around, and what greets you is this man with very dark skin and very kind brown eyes. He also, much like everyone else, looks incredibly tired. He's wearing this blue garment with a symbol of an upside-down fish on it. And he looks at you and he says, "Welcome to Erasmuth, my friends. My name is Waylon. I'm a priest of the Order of Akshaw stationed here in town." And he removes the green cloak and sets it on the table. And he says, and then Ron sort of turns around and he says, "He's being humble. He's one of the only priests of Akshaw, and he's something like the leader of this town." And so, Ron at this point has set his sword down, is sort of warming his hands at the fire. And he says, "Yes, well, thank you, Ron. I'm sorry. Where are my manners? Akshaw welcomes you, my friends. What are your names?"
Grum.
I'm Lucius.
Caius.
Gouger.
You look on edge. Is everything okay?
You look
We
very tired.
encountered some strange happenings in the swamp on the way here. Luckily, Ron was able to guide us out of them through methods unknown to us.
Strange
I saw a
curses
spooky
have
shadow
befallen.
man.
A shadow man?
Yes, in the woods.
Strange curses befall these lands, my friends. I am sorry you have come at a very inopportune time. Truly, I will do my best to help you on your journey in any way that I can, as my order dictates. But we have our own problems right now.
Ron mentioned dreams.
Yes. I'm not exactly sure how you'll help if Ron thinks you will, but if Ron trusts you, then I do. And he looks at Ron, and Ron nods. And this guy, Waylon, turns to you and he says, "You'd better take a seat." And he presents 4 chairs on the other side of the table around another fire that Ron's not sitting at. And he sits on the other side of the fire as well.
I'll sit.
Me too.
I assumed I was already sitting down with him. I still like Ron.
So he begins to explain. And he says, for about a month now, people in our town have been terrorized in their sleep. Basically, horrifying dreams. I've experienced it once. Ron's had it once as well. Ron says, ugh. He says, basically, 1 or 2 households in the town every night, under the cover of darkness, when the moon is out. Well, behind the clouds. The rain hasn't really stopped, though that's been going on for about 3 months. It feels like a separate thing. I'm sorry, I'm really scatterbrained right now. Basically, you wake up, and it's truly horrifying. It feels like a dream. You're unable to have much sway over what happens, everything's pretty foggy, but at the same time, it's terrifyingly real. You feel your life being drained out of you, and these shadowy figures, tough to ascertain what they look like, are walking around you and touching you. And your life is being drained out of you, and you awake with a feeling I cannot even begin to describe. It is beyond dread. I have prayed and prayed to Akshau for guidance, but it seems we're on our own here. Perhaps he brought you to me. Regardless, we must do something. We know that usually does not happen in homes where even one person is awake, but by 3 or 4 in the morning, it's kind of impossible to stay awake. Everyone's usually drifted off by that point. We don't really sleep much. Whether, intentionally or not, we're asleep by then because everybody's afraid to go to bed, so we don't sleep, and then in the nights when your house seems like it's chosen, you just fall asleep.
Have you considered relocating from the area, from these very cursed and arid lands?
My order dictates that this is my homestead. These are the people I'm supposed to protect. I really wouldn't be doing my duties to my god if I weren't protecting them. And as for the people, they've been here for generations. This has only been happening for, about 30 days. It's terrible, but this is where they live.
I see.
Has it happened to anyone multiple times?
Yes. There's a family on the eastern edge of town. There's 2 boys and the mother and father, and it's happened to them, I think, 3 times. The boys have come down with a severe illness as a result. They can hardly maintain themselves. I'm sorry, that's really all the information that I have.
It's a lot to take in.
I would like to say one more time, I don't want to appear uncouth or anything, but when you originally saw me, you looked at me with great disdain.
We
don't
have had...
like the color green.
Oh?
Just not fans of it. It's nothing personal or anything. Your cloak was just very green, and we walked in and it was just kind of like,
Can I attempt to persuade this man into thinking nothing of the gesture at all? Can I
Sure.
go for that?
Yeah.
Does a 13 do anything?
He's just like, well, all right, yeah. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Well, I'm sorry if you have some shared trauma with green people or something. I am sorry. May Akshau bless you. This was a cloak that's been handed down in my family for generations. It really has nothing to do with the order at all. It just keeps me warm. It's a nice cloak.
Do you have any siblings, relatives?
No, I'm an only child, and my parents were killed in a fire when I was young.
Damn. That's brutal. Sorry, man.
I was taken in by the priesthood of Akshau. The fathers there taught me everything that I know. And Caius and Lucius, you both being learned in the religious arts, you both know that Akshau is one of the new gods. He's one of the newer, young generation of gods, and he's the god of fishermen and the sea.
I was going to ask if Akshau was called by any other name or something to try and see.
You can make a religion check.
16.
Sometimes they call him the fisherman or the hook.
All right.
But that's it.
I ask, what's his name?
Waylon.
Waylon. I'm gonna ask Waylon if he wouldn't mind leading us to the family, if they would be willing to speak to us about what's been happening to them.
Sure.
The one that's experienced it multiple times.
He says, yes, I can take you there. It's just on the edge of town. Would you like to go now?
Please.
Yeah, Caius and I have some experience in the arts of healing. Perhaps we can do something for the children.
Very well. Let's go. And he rises and he looks at the green cloak and then is like, all right, I'm not gonna wear it. And then he just like walks out of the great, big hall or whatever, and he begins to descend the steps and is going to the right. And as you follow him, it's more sights of the same. There's this general feeling of unease in the town, etc., etc. So you make it. Yeah, go ahead.
I take the intuition, being the sneaky one of the group. I'm very curious. While your attention is, going to where you're going, I want to double back and I want to take a peek at that cloak without anybody noticing.
Okay. Smart. Roll investigation.
Sure. Investigation 13.
It really is just a nice green cloak. And one thing you do remember, really specifically, Gouger, is, and I really hope this is actually true. My memory's foggy, but I'm pretty sure this is true, and I'm not going to pull up the document just to double check. But I'm pretty sure that the Index's cloak had a purple lining back when you fought him in the Temple to Solace, that big church.
Right.
And this has a brown lining. It's like a leather inline. This is just a green cloak. And even further, it really just looks like a lighter shade of green than the green cloaks, or green hand cloaks you've been seeing.
Okay. So just something for us to kind of be caught off guard by.
I'll never tell.
Of course. I was curious. So, after doing that, I just hurry along and try and catch up with the group.
Sure.
That was good.
As if I was never not there to begin with.
Waylon does not even notice you were gone. So that was a very smart move. So you guys make it to the edge of town, and
I can't believe you didn't make him roll for stealth.
Well, it's only one guy, and he was facing the other way.
And he's tired as hell.
Yeah, everyone is like
Tired as hell.
dead. So anyway, you make it to this house, and it's a one-story cottage towards the eastern edge of town, and it doesn't look run down or anything, but the flower beds out front have died, and it looks like people aren't really tending to things other than the persons inside. And Waylon knocks, and he says, "It's Waylon. I've come with friends to see the boys and wish them good tidings and maybe ask some questions." And this woman opens the door, and she says, "Father Waylon, we have answered question after question after question. Can we please just be at peace?" And he says, "I know, I'm sorry, but these are new people. I think they might be able to genuinely help us." She looks at you. She says, "All right, but this is the last time, okay? The boys are sick." He says, "I know." And she opens the door fully, and as you walk inside, the father is not there. He must be out working, you ascertain, probably. And in two twin beds in the back corner of the house are these two young boys, ages maybe 6 and 10, that are like awake, but they have, wet rags over their foreheads and they're panting. And the woman sits by a fire in the center of the house, and she's just head in her hands, and she's stirring a pot of stew.
I would like to sit down by the boys and ask the mother if it's all right if I attempt to heal them of their illness.
She says, yes, please, yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch her make her stew.
Okay.
Curious about what ingredients she's putting in there.
We'll get to that in a second for sure. Lucius.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna use lay on hands on the boys, and I can spend 5 points of healing in order to cure someone of a disease or illness. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but like if I'm poisoned or if I have become diseased in battle, I can cure someone.
This feels like it would probably work in this context.
Okay.
I'm fine with that, regardless of if it's actually how it works. Your training, at the very least, gives you some insight as to what to do. And do you do this to one or both?
Both.
Great. So their conditions stabilize quickly, and you feel that it's working. And color begins to return to their faces. They still look so tired, but color's returning to their faces, and the 10-year-old one sits up. And the mother, bursts into tears. I mean, she, head in her hands, she hands Grum the ladle to the stew, and
I sip what's in the ladle.
She clearly wants you to stir it. She's going like this.
No, but when she's crying, I
Great. So she's, head in her hands. She's crying literal tears of joy. She runs up to her boys and almost pushes you out of the way, Lucius, and she hugs them. And she turns around. She's like, thank you so much. And she hugs you, and she's like, boys. And they, they embrace and they speak for a moment. And Waylon walks up to you, Lucius, and puts his hand on your shoulder. And he's like, you've done a great thing today.
Appreciate that. Look, we don't like seeing people who can't defend themselves in this sort of situation. And then I turn to the mother and I ask her, I know you guys have been going through quite a lot, but in exchange, would you mind telling us more about the situation?
Right. She, wipes her face a little bit. She pulls up her apron a little bit just to sort of dry her tears. And she says, okay, boys, do you feel strong enough to tell the nice tiefling what happened? And they nod yes. And the 6-year-old seems really timid. But the 10-year-old says, I saw them. I saw them.
Who did you see?
put the ladle down and go, who?
Oh, the fire alarm in my apartment's going off. Nice.
I start fanning above the soup.
You'll burn the stew.
You needed some more orange lighting back there, that's all.
So, and the boy says, the big shadow monsters, there were 2 of them.
I go, ha! And point at my companions from across the room.
Waylon walks up to you and puts his hand on your shoulder and whispers to you, please shut up.
I go back to sipping soup.
The mother looks clearly disturbed by this information. She's like, Willem, what? Shadow, what? And he says, well, I snuck out one night, and I went outside, and I was playing, and there it goes again. One of my roommates clearly cooking. And he says, and so I'm outside, right? And then I started to hear weird noises inside the house. It was dark. I mean, it was dark nighttime, really late at night. And so I go back inside and I peek over the window first, and I see these things, big, deep eyes, long tongue, big fingers, and it's lurching over you and Daddy, and there's light, and he just like falls back into the bed and he can't continue.
Well, I turn to Grum and I ask him if any of that matches up to what he saw in the swamp.
It was a long ways away. Did I see any of these details, or was it just a figure?
It just looked humanoid to you, but it definitely was shadowy. I mean, that much concurs.
I asked the kid just a yes or no question. Did it look like a person? Like an outline? Like was it human shaped? Was it person shaped?
He nods.
That might be what I saw. I can't be sure. Sooth not 100 yards away, you see.
Waylon says, look, my new friends, perhaps this might help. We can't sleep during the day, which is why we sleep during the night when we can, and we risk it, or we just fall asleep on our own, but something is preventing us from sleeping during the day. I suspect it's a similar sort of event. I'm not really sure. I'm sorry if that doesn't help.
When you say you can't, you mean you're physically unable to?
I mean, I don't know of anyone in this town that has successfully been able to fall asleep while it is not nighttime. And we're all incredibly exhausted.
Have you tried leaving?
He says, we've sent messengers out, and they said it still affects them, but they don't have the dreams anymore, but they still can't, they can't sleep at all.
That sucks.
It does suck.
I asked Waylon, in the swamp, we encountered an area that seemed to be imbued with some sort of magic that forced us to get lost and walk in circles. Has this been a feature of the swamp in the past, or is this new information to you?
You'd have to ask Ron. I don't really venture out. I know that this... I
Ron?
don't think so.
Is he here?
No, he's back in the past building. Waylon seems to think that this has not been a problem before. People were able to come and go with really no problem.
Okay, well, I mean, the only way I can see us helping is if we can experience this for ourselves or encounter whatever beasts are causing it. So perhaps we should stay the night.
If it's all the same to you, I don't really want to have any sort of dreams like this again. Go ahead.
Again? What?
These dreams sound a lot like when I was younger and I started having these dreams as well. The figures lurching over you and just siphoning your energy, life force. It's... If you want to have this experiment, that's fine, but I'll just stay awake. I'll keep watching.
You hear a knock at the door, and the boys lurch up, and the mom is like, and Waylon too, quickly turns around, and they all just stare at the door.
I draw my sword and open it.
It's Ron.
Ron!
And
I
he
dropped
walks.
the soup ladle.
He walks straight to the stew. And he
pick it back up. Have some.
He says, "I didn't mean to be snooping or nothing, but I managed to overhear what was just said. I'm willing to be the one that goes to sleep."
And you're suggesting we use you as bait for whatever these creatures are?
I need to sleep anyway, right? I mean...
Are you sure you can handle encountering the dreams again?
It's my duty to protect the town, mate. I feel like it's probably time I do my duty in a real way.
No, that's very noble of you, Ron. If
We'll do
there's
it.
any-
I'd like to do it in my house, though, if that's okay.
Of course.
Away from the boys.
Aye.
They don't need
Yes.
any more of this.
All right. Well, where would that be then?
It's on the edge of the woods.
The woods.
And Waylon says, I'd like to join you. Meaning you four, not Ron.
Right.
I see, but don't you have many things to tend to here?
He says, well, it's a few hours before nightfall. I'll take care of this family and make sure they're all right. And then we meet at Ron's house at dusk. Sound like a plan?
Ron's house.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Excellent. Well, I'll see you then. And Ron leaves.
Oh, well, outside of the game, can we find our way to Ron's house without Ron?
Yeah, so he sort of just like leaves, but you get the feeling that if you like follow him, you'll make it somewhere. But he doesn't really say anything. He just leaves. He's like, all right, and then leaves. Sort of just on the pretense that you'll be there at dusk.
Right.
Okay. Well, I realize this, that I have no idea where Ron's house is. There's woods all around. The edge could be anywhere. So I'm gonna say farewell to the family and jet out the door after Ron. Call after him.
Okay. Ron turns and he says, I'll show you the way.
Well, I guess we're all following along.
Yeah.
I think the
Let's
family
go.
for the stew.
She says, how was it?
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. Needs some salt.
She says, salt. See, I put in the rosemary, but I forgot the salt. This is a good call. And then she goes back and puts salt in it. She's like, boys, Mom's famous stew tonight. And they're like, yes! Because they're just...
High five both of them on the way out the door, those little scamps.
Yeah, they're like, this guy!
We're not getting preyed on anymore by
Yeah.
the dark forces.
We're just
Tonight.
we're just boys.
Being boys.
So you walk out, close the door behind you, and you're back in the damp cold. And you manage to follow Ron, and you turn left and go behind this house up a hill to where the woods are, and you see Ron's shack. It is a home, but it's, smaller than the one you were just in. Just one bedroom. It's kind of shoddily made, but warm enough. And he opens the door and he says, I'd actually like some privacy, if that's okay.
Sure thing, Ron.
He says, all right, I'll see you at dusk then, mates. When I'm going to get my sleep on or whatever. And then he closes the door. But now you know where Ron's house is. So now I will say, you can choose to fast forward to dusk, or if you want to walk around the town more, you're welcome to. There's not a whole lot to see, but you certainly can if you'd like.
I don't have any ideas of anything else I could do.
I want to go back to the eastern edge. How long does it take to get to Ron's place? Because dusk is in like 2 hours or something, right?
You could walk the whole town edge to edge in 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. I would like to go over to the eastern edge where that family was and kind of check out the nearby surrounding like sparse woods, like the edge of the woods near their home, since they were getting attacked more, and it's because of some sort of creature, I figure.
Roll survival.
You roll survival.
Okay, I mean, sure.
Wait, was that another one? Oh, shit. Okay. That would be tiny little number. Yeah, 13.
Sure. It doesn't really look like anything in the woods has been tampered, but you just feel a bit off about like certain areas. But from what you can gather, it doesn't really look like anything like walked through the woods. It's kind of more like there just were things here at some point in the past few days.
So do I get the feeling that they don't leave tracks?
Yeah, you're not really finding any tracks readily.
Interesting. Anyone else got any ideas, or are we just gonna take a little short rest and well, we can't.
We might not
Never
even
mind.
be able to rest.
Yeah,
I mean, you have full HP and everything, so you should be fine anyway.
True.
We're just waiting is what we are.
Take out-
Yeah, you can
Take out-
definitely wait.
I did.
Sure, yeah.
I did, since I am on the eastern side there. It's only a few minutes have passed, right?
Yeah.
I would like to go back to the house and knock on the door and ask what all was in the soup.
She
The
says,
stew.
there is, well, we were blessed. The father brought us some beef, so we had some beef in the stew. There's a nice potato diced up. We have rosemary, salt, and a seasoning that I don't want to give it away. It's sort of like a family thing. It's like a nice seasoning that my mother makes. I'll tell you, there's definitely cumin in it. But that's all I can say.
Oh, it was delicious. I just wanted to say thank you.
She says, thank you. She might be flirting with you. You're not sure.
Don't tell the husband.
I got
He's
things.
dead asleep somewhere.
That's a good excuse.
Isn't it? So, all right, I'm going to take this opportunity to say hello. If you're just joining us, or if you've just joined us in the last 30 or 40 minutes, this is Speedrunners and Dragons, episode 5, the spooky Halloween spectacular, spooktacular even. Gamers, we hope you're enjoying so far. We've got tons of content left. Reminder that if you're new to the channel, please drop a follow. If you haven't been to our YouTube page, !S_D, hop on over to the YouTube. And yeah, I think I'm good to keep going if you are, boys.
Yeah.
Great. So the end of the day passes, and it's nighttime. And, you know, as dusk falls, you see Waylon approaching, and you saw him leave the family's house at one point, and he went, you know, into the main building, attended to some things, evidently, and then starts coming your way. And at one point, about 30 minutes before dusk, Ron exited the house and rolled a cigarette with some tobacco and some paper, and he began to smoke. And he actually sat by you guys. And he didn't say anything. He's just sitting with you, and you get the feeling that this might be like a pre-battle ritual for him. Like if he knows shit's about to go down, he smokes a cigarette, and he sits with his compatriots silently.
Not to break his ritual, but I'd like to ask Ron, since so many strange things have been happening in the swamp lately, what made you decide that you trusted us when you came upon us with your scarecrow?
Well, I hadn't seen what I was looking for, but I dreamt it, and I figured it was something tall, otherworldly, something I wouldn't like to see. You lot had kind eyes. I just felt I could trust you. Call it a warrior's instinct, I don't know.
I feel like I just kind of nod and let him be in his silence for when
He
he's-
taps his cigarette, takes a few more puffs, puts it out in the snow, covers the snow over it, and then he just sits. And eventually Waylon comes forth, and, you know, he walks up to you guys, and he says, all set then? It should be proper nightfall in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're
Ready.
ready.
All right, let's do it. And Ron opens the door, and you all go in, and you see Ron's cot in the middle of the room where he sleeps. And he's like, I don't usually sleep in the center of the room, but it felt like important for some reason today. I don't know. And he just like he puts his armor on and gets in the bed. And it struck you as something that he must be doing because, you know, he's about to maybe fight something, or he's about to do the scary dream or whatever. But Grum, you specifically think that this might be something he does every night, regardless. This is just a hardened dude with a tough past. And putting on the armor before he goes to bed might comfort him. And he gets in the bed and he lays back and he says, look, I don't know much about what you're about to be against, but everyone in the house has to be asleep, right? So you should probably get out.
Are you gonna have any trouble sleeping?
Not tonight, my friend. I ain't slept in 4 days.
I see. Oh.
And he says, and I've got warm milk. And then he takes a sip of the warm milk and he's like, yeah. And then he sets the warm milk down and he is out. Like, immediately conked.
All right.
We should leave him.
Yeah, let's leave.
Waylon says, yeah, let's...
How many
Let's get outta
entrances
here.
to this house are there?
There's the door, and then there's a window on the western side, so facing towards the rest of town. And that's it. And there's like a chimney up top, but it has a small little, opening, so that doesn't really feel like an entrance or an exit. And as you walk outside...
I'm
go ahead.
standing at the door.
Sure.
Ain't nobody touching my Ron.
Waylon stands about 10 feet from the house behind this bush and kneels down and is just looking over. And you can all choose positions you feel are good. There's the trees about 20 feet south of his house. And then there's just shrubbery every once in a while and then deep snow around his house. But there's not really much for cover.
What side is the door facing?
It's facing north.
Got it. I would like to position myself in a northwesterly direction so I can kind of have a view of both the door and the window.
Okay.
I'd like to position myself directly west, facing where the window's facing. Just in
Okay.
that.
And how far away are you, Lucius and Caius, from the house?
Is there a tree line?
Not that you can be in the northwest, no.
Got it. All right. I will be 30 feet away from the house.
Calling on
there
our
be-
past work together, I would like to suggest to my compatriot Gouger that I hoist him up on the roof so that he can get a viewpoint 360.
Not a
and
bad idea.
Possibly even hide from anyone that might be below.
Sure. I can do that.
Great. Grum, you're able to hoist him up, no problem. He weighs like 11 pounds. And
Got them hollow bird bones, man.
That's right.
and he's up on the roof. And how would you like to position yourself?
Well, can I investigate this chimney? What are the odds that I can see anything from through there?
So the chimney is like 5 feet up from the roof itself. I mean, you could climb on top of it if you wanted to. There is some smoke rising from it because he has a fire going.
Okay.
So you can't really see down into the house. You'll choke to death. You could climb on top of it for an extra inch of viewpoint.
I mean, just standing on the peak of the roof is probably okay as well.
Yeah.
So that's what I'll do.
Great. So you're able to have a big view, and now the boys are on stakeout. Grum, you still want to be at the front door?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to pause the music for a second.
I was gonna say.
It's tough.
antsy. I'm
Yeah.
getting antsy, man.
It's tough to manage that and this.
Would you like to save your game now?
So there
I
is.
think I got
It
desynced. It didn't pause for me.
Oh, really? Does it? What happens if I play?
It stopped now.
We've stopped.
It
All right, I'm
started
going
a new
back to the
song.
beginning of the song. We're in the Oblivion song now. Did that happen for you guys?
Yes,
Yeah.
it did. That was weird.
Okay, great. This is fine. So
Generic dungeon deep.
you are sitting and it's quiet. The snow is falling, or pardon me. Oh yeah, I did say there was snow around his house, didn't I? Interesting. Well, it's raining everywhere else. It was raining, but evidently at night it must be cold enough for there to be some sleet and some snow that falls, and a light snow begins to fall onto your skin. And
Good save.
Thank you. And it's very, very, very quiet. The town is at rest, if not asleep. Though there are those that obviously struggle to fall asleep in these troubled times. So I'm going to pause the music for the stream. It won't pause for you, but hopefully when I skip to the next song, it'll skip forward for you guys.
It will.
So,
Faith.
you know, it's like an hour that passes and still really nothing. Gouger, you catch glimpse of a fisherman sort of walking home into the family's house. He goes in, you hear some chitter chatter, and then the light goes out in their house. And you sense that they are going to have a sound sleep this evening. And then another hour passes. Then half an hour passes. And Gouger, roll perception.
11.
You catch a glimpse of something about 50 feet away. And it's a darkness. The slightest move in the darkness.
Which direction?
It's northeast.
Northeast. Somebody said that they were north where the door was, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Grum's at the door, and Lucius is northwest.
Right. So I give the familiar signal to catch Grum's attention, and I point to the northeast to see if he can see anything from where he is.
Grum, and
I cover my eyes to block
right
out the darkness.
to block out the sun.
Yeah, of course.
Grum, you kind of see a movement. Caius, you have dark vision, yes?
I do.
It's me in the northwest. I think Kais
yes.
is behind the house.
Oh, that's right. So, Lucius, do you have dark vision?
I do.
Okay. I'm just playing this song over and over again because it's looping great. Oh, I can loop it on my own with just a button click. Great. So you can see that there is a shadowy figure approaching from the northeast slowly.
I snap my fingers to Caius to get his attention and point in the direction.
Caius, you hear this, and Waylon also hears it and looks and can see.
So I'd like to move to where Lucius is and also see this with my dark vision. So obviously there is a threat approaching.
Yeah. It doesn't look... You can't see much about it. But right now it's just moving slowly, steadily, creeping, step by step, slow slosh in the snow at a time towards the house in a beeline. Every once in a while it'll sway to and fro. You catch a glimpse of its head going like this, and then it sort of like arching its back and crinking its bones, and then it continues to walk. And it...
Throw something at it? Sorry, I try to like yell up to Gouger. Like, do we have something? Do we have a clear shot of this thing?
Waylon is like, no, let it go in.
Yep, I hold. I don't do anything. I wait to see.
And this thing, Gouger, you're the first person to get a proper view of it from above. It has these two big, bulging white eyes with bloodshot red, and they're turning pink, and these big black pupils, and they're sort of like darting around like this and rolling around in its head, and its face almost looks flat. Like it's this big, black, shadowy visage with like what looks like fur, but looks like shadows, and it's hairy and tall, like 7 feet tall with hunched arms, and its face literally like is flat. It comes up in this like sort of cylinder type thing, you know, up from its neck, and then is flat with sort of these shadowy fur things hanging down, these big bulging eyes where you can see the whole eye flipping around. And then it opens. What you didn't see before was a mouth out of the darkness, out of the sheer black of its face, and a 4-foot long tongue flops out and begins swinging as it walks, and it reaches the window, and it places its hands on the walls, and then opens the window and climbs in the house. And it closes the window. And now
everybody can see that, right? Everybody sees that happening.
Grum sees it, you see it, and Lucius sees it, and Waylon sees it. But I think Caius... Oh, and Caius turns, so yeah, everybody can see it.
I was gonna say, isn't Caius guarding the window?
Oh,
I was
yeah.
at the window, but I moved to Lucius to look at the thing. So
It's in the house.
It's in the house. In my brain, I
touch that
realized
thing?
there might have been a second window. Who knows? But we're past it.
It's in the house. Good enough.
So Waylon told us to let it get in the house, so
Yeah,
we're on board.
yeah.
So it's now in the house, and that's what you know.
I'm gonna kick open the door, since we're on the door side still, I think.
Great. Well, everybody, roll for initiative.
Hey. No.
Wow, that was a lot of noises all at once.
Nat 20, baby.
Let's go.
16.
Hang on. Nat 20 from Gouger. Any modifiers?
+4, so 24.
Your initiative's +4?
Yeah.
Grum?
7.
Oh my god. Caius?
4.
Okay. And it is going to roll a nat 1.
Nice.
Oh, that sucks.
Gouger, it's all you, my man. Oh, and so I should say, Grum kicks down the door, and that sort of is like a universal signal that everybody hops down. And Gouger, you can choose to hop down if you want.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like if the door is being kicked down right now, I'm not sure. Maybe that action's already happened? Question mark.
Yeah, because that was outside of battle.
Well, then I can't really distract it in any way. I was thinking of throwing something down the chimney to try and get its attention over there, but
The
I guess
deed is done.
yes, I guess if he's attacking last, we don't really need to surprise attack anyways. So I will choose then, I guess, to hop off the roof and shoot towards this thing because, if I attack before he does and I'm sneaky about it, then I get ridiculous amounts of buffs for this. So.
Sure. So Grum and Gouger, what you see when you open the door is almost just as the boy has described, but now you can see it in full view.
Right.
The thing is peering over his head, and his tongue is sort of swinging in a pendulum arc around the man's head, and his hands are moving around the head of Ron, and there's this orb of like pulsating light that it feels evil that's around his head, and it is like sucking energy out of him, and Ron looks to be in pain, but he's dead asleep, but he's like writhing, he's and this thing is like and then turns around and looks at you and is still sucking energy out of Ron, but his tongue now faces you and you see it in full view, this disgusting thing, this horrifying monstrosity in front of you. And Gouger, it's all you.
All right. So Grum being taller than I am, my
You're
goal
behind
here
him,
is-
you're hidden, you're good.
Yeah. So I'm going
Here it
to
goes.
I'm going to kind of like position myself so that I can get like underneath his
Yeah.
legs, perhaps.
Sure. Yeah,
and
that works.
Fire my short bow from that point, towards the creature.
Oh, you mean my legs?
Yes.
Grum's legs. I thought
Grum's
you were.
legs.
I thought you meant like
Not some
you were
sort
gonna
of,
like
like,
run
acrobatic,
into
like-
the room and do like a slide underneath the monster's legs and just like shoot it straight in the dick.
Yeah. 360 no scope. All right.
YY ladder
I was
stall.
like, what?
All right.
Sorry.
Well, the first action of combat is always my favorite because we're going to be writing an essay here.
Yes.
I attack before the creature, which means that I get advantage on my attack roll.
You sure do.
Not like I would fucking need it.
All right. Getting a little full of yourself here, my guy.
My first roll was a 19.
Okay,
Plus
great.
7 is 26.
We'll always roll second one just in case you get a crit.
I got 6 on the second one.
Okay.
So, yeah, I get advantage, which is great. And any hit that you score against a creature that is surprised is a critical hit, but I'm pretty sure that they knew we were coming because you kicked down the door, Grum.
Yeah, it's not surprised.
It's not a surprise. But sneak attack means that I get 2 extra d6 of damage on my advantaged attack roll. So I get 3d6 plus 4.
Okay.
And that is... plus 4 is 16.
Nice. Okay.
Damn.
You and sort of like a black ooze starts coming out of its chest, and it releases out of this like bond with Ron, a very tight bond with Ron, and
Very intimate.
the light like goes around the room and flashes around and absorbs back into the monster, and it now is fully looking at you guys. And it is Lucius's turn.
I will also use a bonus
Oh, sure, yeah, go ahead.
to hide.
Great. You can hide right behind the wall by the door.
That's my goal. Yeah.
Great. You're hidden completely. Lucius, it's all you.
Okay. I would like to enter the house and position myself between the creature and the window, but also very close to the creature. So I'm within melee range.
Okay.
I am going to what was I going to use? I'm going to cast Searing Smite,
Okay.
which will apply to my next weapon attack. And then I'm going to attack him with my longsword. And does a 13 plus 5, 18
Yes.
hit?
Yep.
Okay. Cool. And then I'm also going to, on hit, I can use Divine Smite to spend a level slot, I can spend a spell slot to increase my melee damage by 2d8 radiant damage, and I add 1d8 for undead or fiends. Does that apply?
It is a fiend.
Nice. So 3d8.
This is a gouger ass turn right here.
Dude.
Plus my longsword is 1d8, so 4d8. And then
48.
4d8, not 48, 4d8. And also Searing Smite, which does 1d6 fire damage. Sorry, he needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Actually, that happens on his turn. Never mind.
Okay.
Yes,
Is everything
So he
okay
takes
over there, buddy?
1d4 fire.
I'm okay.
Okay.
There's just a lot of things that I need to look at here. I do 29 plus 2 because I'm one-handed, 31 damage.
What? You know, there are probably more battles in this. All right.
It's fine.
We'll just get to him faster.
You and slice him in half. He's writhing on the ground, and his legs start like flopping on their own and like kicking and kicking and kicking, and he grabs them and then goes like this, and all the light that came from Ron comes up through his hand and creates a portal. And he throws the legs through and presses his hands on the ground and hoists himself through the portal. And Waylon, who just enters the house, is like, "Follow him!"
I dive through the portal as fast as I can.
Yeah, we're both
The portal is slowly starting to close.
Same.
bolted.
We're in.
Great.
Yep.
You all dive through the portal. And suddenly, there's nothing. And all of you hear and see nothing for a moment. You're like out, but cognizant. And everything is still. And then you immediately snap back and you find yourself face first in deep snow. Deep, fresh, real snow. And there's suddenly a biting cold. And it's nighttime wherever you are. Let me find a song for this. Give me 1 second. Let me find a song.
Yeah, did you pause the music when you said everything's still?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I paused it.
pause for
I
us,
paused
so
it for
we're
the
still
stream.
listening to Michelage. The whole time that song was playing, I was tempted to just go,
What is a hunter? So there's a biting cold, and it's nighttime wherever you are. And as you begin to collect yourself and rise, you see that you're on a precipice. You're on a great cliff. And in front of you is a thousands of foot drop. And just immense cloud cover beneath you. And then looking out, there's just snow-capped mountains as far as the eye can see in every direction. And what's beneath the cloud cover, you cannot ascertain. And it's lightly snowing now, so you can only see so far. But it appears to, wherever you are, the distance appears to go on mountains, mountains, mountains ad infinitum. And turning the other direction, so behind you, you see that you are on a great peak yourself. But it's a solitary mountain. And it seems that you must be at the top of the mountain. But before you, it sort of plateaus, and you see this immense black castle. And there's two great torches with brilliant red flames that adorn what must be the entrance. And 50 feet in front of you is where that entrance is, but it's up a long snow-covered staircase, and you now can see the black thing from before climbing up the staircase, its legs nowhere to be found, and just trying to climb up the stairs to get to the entrance.
Still alive somehow.
Yeah.
Well, there's no other place to go, and it's super, super, super cold.
Oh, I get to, for the first time in Speedrunners and Dragons history, we are going to what I usually do when I DM. Paper, baby! I designed a dungeon, and doing it on the computer is impossible. So we're on paper now.
Nice.
So, what do you want to do?
Well, you just intrigued me with your dungeon. You can't just not go.
I'm gonna sprint up after the crawling half beastie who's
Okay.
dragging his legs.
All right. And you reach him quite quickly. He's quite slow. He's just pulling himself up the stairs.
Oh. Well, I guess can I essentially grab his alive half by the scruff and hold him up and try and talk to it?
Yeah.
See if I can communicate with it.
Uh,
Scream
wh-
at
what-
it like,
what
what
do you
the
say?
fuck are you?
You say, "What the fuck are you?"
Yeah.
It sort of utters this tongue you've never heard before. It's like hellish, and it's like, and it tries to swing at you.
I turn around and hold it out to my companions and go, "Do you speak this shit?"
Do I speak Infernal?
It's not infernal.
Dang.
Does anyone speak Undercommon?
No.
Oh wait, no, Undercommon's not its language. Hang on. No, it is. Yeah, Undercommon is what it speaks. This is an adef designed monster. This is a new boy.
Well,
So
if,
yeah, you
if
can't.
no one speaks it, then I would like to. Well, no. My character would do this. I would like to throw it up and with my glaive kind of give it like a baseball swing.
Oh, it
You know?
straight into center field. I mean,
Hell
this
yeah.
guy's gone. He falls and is gone through the cloud cover.
Excellent.
Also, yes, I saw a question in the chat that I do want to address really quick, and I forgot to at the beginning. This is canon. This is not a filler episode or anything. This is a real ass part of the campaign episode. It just also happens to be spooky. Go ahead, Grum.
Good timing.
Coincided. I snort and say good riddance, and then turn and go back up the stairs towards the castle, determined to find the source of this evil,
Excellent.
hoping to get a good fight in. And I say, "Come on, lads!"
So,
Is
as you
Waylon with
reach-
us?
pardon?
Is Waylon with us?
No.
Okay.
It's just you.
And there's no hint of the portal we came through, right?
Nope. You're not even sure where, like, it evidently took you to the front, but who knows, you know? So our boys were just transported in a magical evil portal by the thing they were fighting inside of Ron's house, and they are now in front of a mysterious black castle. So, the air is still, and the snow falls gently, but a deep, unsettling feeling accompanies the great castle before you. Tall ramparts adorn the high walls, and you can see more of those shadowy beings walking, some with torches in hand, on these walls, some 100 feet above you. And as you approach the main entrance, you know, you might almost put your hand on it and... and the doors swing wide, stopping dust and snow push up.
Well, I would love to step through the entrance, let my eyes adjust to whatever's inside.
Sure.
Is it dark in there?
It is, but there are some torches on the. There are like 4 main columns, as is customary in any adef building. There are like 4 main columns hoisting up this large great hall that you're now in. And everybody roll perception. When you can do it on one hand, Rip.
We're not very perceptive today. 8.
I rolled an 18.
14.
Okay. Caius, with your dark vision and with your high roll, you see around you that there are these massive oil paintings on the walls, and they're of some family, but all of the faces have been ripped off of the oil canvas. And at the end of the hall, there's a great door with 2 slots in it. And then on your right, there's a small door, and on your left, there's a small door.
Patty.
Can I get some Mad Monster Mansion?
If I were to examine any of these portraits, might their other features, like of their head, like resemble something that were people that we've seen in the past?
No. There is one painting on the far end where there is a young boy with his face intact. And he has, next to him...
Sorry.
What?
This is a strange description.
Uh,
That boy's face is rather intact.
What a kind boy. And next to him... Well, yeah, no. There's just... It's a painting of the whole family, but all their faces are ripped except for this young boy.
See, so long hall, and then there's a door to the left and right of us, respectively.
What kinds of slots are in that far door?
Pardon?
What kinds of slots are in that far door?
There's one that... they're like yay big, each. There's 2 of them, one on each door of the great doors. One is shaped like a crescent moon, and one is shaped like the sun.
Well, perhaps we should explore the neighboring hallways before returning to this door with whatever keystones might unlock it.
Of course, but take your pick, left or right.
Always left first. It's a rule.
Left, boys.
That's true.
You're going left?
Yeah,
User.
Left.
Great. What's the walking order?
me first.
Second.
Okay.
I'm still apprehensive, so I'll let Dangerous go ahead of me.
Sure.
Okay. Lucius, as you open the door to the left, you sort of see in, and there's like a small hallway before another door. And there's one torch in the middle of this new hallway. And you walk in, and Grum walks in, and then the door slams shut.
Just the 2 of us?
Yeah, just the 2 of you are now in the hallway. And Grum, try as you might, Gouger, try as you might, you cannot get the door open.
There's no lock that I can try and pick and figure it out.
No.
All right.
Can we hear each other through the door?
Yes.
Hey, can you open the door?
I can't.
Try from your end.
Okay, me neither. I guess we have to split up. Unless we can find a way to open it, but I don't know.
Is there? I asked them if there's anything in the room that might, help open the door again. Like, is
I
there
say,
any-
hold on, let me look.
Not really, Grum.
Not really, Grum.
All right. Do we go through the right door then, Caius? Do we split up?
Of course. Well, it's not by our hand that we were split up.
Yes, true.
Let's go right and try to
Set your radios to channel 4.
Over.
radio.
So, Gouger and Caius, you go through the right door, and the same happens. When the second person walks through it, whoosh, slams shut. And now you're in a similar hallway on the other side. And we will do Grum and Lucius first.
Thank God there are only 4 of us.
Right? Goodness gracious. So you walk. Well, yeah, you're in this hallway. There you go.
All right. Well, there's not much to do in here, yeah.
Let's look for those keys or stones or the slot fillers.
The slot fillers, yes.
Yes, let's look for
It's
the
a great.
slot fillers.
It's a good band name.
No, it's not.
The only gigs you get are the ones that are.
Yeah, exactly, dude. It's like, well, we've got
opening up for the
got a
slot
4
filler.
p.m. show. So hey, man,
That's why we're called this.
it's what we do.
4 p.m. on Tuesday, baby.
You have an
Yeah.
open slot? Say no more.
Hey, everybody, we're the slot fillers, and we're looking to mildly entertain you while you're here.
So yeah, as you proceed to the end of the hallway, there's another door, and it's unlocked.
wanna kick it
I'll
open.
take it. Oh, by all means, Grum kicks it open.
The door opens slowly, even though you've kicked it. It sort of grates along the floor and pushes aside what must be like cobwebs as it opens. And Lucius, you specifically with dark vision can see, but Grum, you can kind of see. You're in what looks like the kitchen, like what used to be the great kitchen in this castle, evidently. And it's just rows of very a la Jurassic Park. There are just rows of like long, tables where food is prepared, and pots and pans hanging above with lots of cobwebs on them, and knives hanging from above as well. But Lucius, in the center of the room, you see a blue light. There's some kind of specter of a woman just like floating in the air, bobbing very slowly.
And I don't see this.
You can see a blue light, but you can't make it out. But Lucius can see that it's a female figure in sort of a spectral form.
I whisper to Grum and I say, I think that's a ghost.
And I go, oh.
Well, I would like to carefully approach this ghost.
Okay.
And I go ahead.
I'll get within what I consider to be speaking distance of it. I don't know, maybe like 20 feet away.
Sure.
And I call out to it, and I say, "Miss, can you hear me?"
My boy? Is it you?
No.
I can't help but stifle laughter from the doorway.
Well, then you must be uninvited guests.
We
That-
were invited by one of the creatures who live here.
By the master.
The master is gone. This won't do. Roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Oh, not good.
Bro, Pinwheel is creepy as hell.
Yes.
6.
All 3 of Pinwheel.
Yes. And then
I
that
rolled-
time in
I
the Tomb
rolled
of the
a-
Giants, where there's more of them.
I rolled 8.
You got a 6, Lucius?
Yes.
He died. Oh no.
Okay.
I didn't even know this song did this. It's never gotten this far.
Well, it's battle loop. It goes first. And Lucius, it is worth mentioning, and Grum, she almost looks like she might be wearing the same gown as one of the women in the portraits. The sort of like maternal figure in the portraits. It looks like her gown. And she is going to... Oh boy.
Can you guys hear my dog barking, by the way?
Just slightly. It's
The
really
once.
not that big a deal.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's just the one bark.
The ghost... Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah.
The ghost sort of flies towards you quickly, Lucius, and goes through a table to get to you. And then places her hand right to your head and attacks you. Does a 14 hit you?
It's not.
Okay, she then backs up a little bit. She's about 10 feet from you now. And it is your turn. Grum, sorry.
Did I get the sense that she has a material form?
Yeah, she can be struck. You ascertain.
Can I hit this thing?
Wait, hang on.
I asked.
I lied. Lucius, from your time studying arcane things, you think that if you struck physically, you could hit her, but it would not be very effective if it weren't magic. Like it would hit her.
So it's my turn.
Yes.
Lucius, do you think I can hit this thing?
It's possible, but I doubt you would make much of an impact. If you
Can
can't
I-
use magic, it's worth trying, though.
Can I defer my turn to after Lucius? Is that possible?
No.
No? Okay, I didn't know how that worked. Okay. So I would like to quickly move so that Lucius is not in the way of my giant lightning breath attack.
Okay, sure.
It is a cone, I believe. So can I do that without hitting Lucius?
Yeah, there's a way you can maneuver out of the way so you only target the ghost. You'll be fine.
Okay. So let's see what that is. That would be... Where is that on my sheet? Hello? Breath is... DC 8 plus Constitution mod plus proficiency.
Okay.
2d6 damage.
Okay, so add... Actually, I know I have your previous. So it should be 8 plus 2 is 10 for your proficiency bonus. Then what's your constitution modifier? Plus 1 or 2?
1.
Okay, so it's 11. DC 11 con save. Right, you said constitution? Or no? DC...
Yeah, Constitution mod.
Yeah, and then what's the save? Does it say?
I don't know that. I don't have that.
Oh, I
info
have
on me.
I have your character sheet up. Let me see.
I don't have it written on the character sheet. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, okay. I'll look it up. Unless anyone in the chat knows, I would imagine it's also con. It could be a strength save.
Why wouldn't it be Constitution? It's lightning.
The DC for the saving throw. Yes, but what is the save?
Question is, what's the
here we go.
saving
Here
throw
we
for?
go. You're blue, yes?
I am.
It's a dex save.
Oh, weird.
You said it was 11?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
8
it's 11.
plus What's proficiency?
Plus 2.
Oh, okay. Then yes, 11.
Okay, she fails.
Great. So 2d6 damage of lightning then.
And it halves because she's resistant to lightning damage.
Of course.
Wah, wah. All right.
She takes 6 though.
What? Oh, I don't roll?
Oh, I rolled for some reason. Sorry.
I was gonna say that bitch takes 9. But
How?
it's 4.5.
Oh, yeah, okay.
2d6
Right, and it would
9.
have... I only rolled 1d6 because I'm an idiot. Yes, yours is more proper. And did I say we round up or down last week or 2 weeks ago when we played? Up? Great. I just want to be consistent. 5, excellent. Great. Okay, she takes 5 damage. Nice. Sorry, I totally was all over the place for that turn. Awesome.
That's okay. I threw you for a loop not knowing. I should write that down.
It's a dex saving throw
Yeah,
for them.
Dex save.
And yeah, great. Lucius, it's your turn. You're muted.
Sorry, was sparing you guys the dog barks. I'm going to draw my sword, and I suppose I'm just gonna charge this woman, and gonna use Divine Smite on hit if I hit her.
Okay.
So I rolled 13.
It's a hit.
Great. So I'm gonna cast Divine Smite. Is she undead?
Yes.
Okay. So plus 3d8 here. 16 from the d8s, and
It really is like fighting Pinwheel.
and then one more d8 after that. 19, 21 damage.
Nice.
This is radiant damage, if that matters.
No, it
Okay.
does not. But thank you.
Oh, but some of that is just my actual weapon damage, which probably does matter.
Yes, unless the weapon is being magically imbued with the Divine Smite.
Increases the weapon damage by 3d8 radiant.
Yeah,
So,
I would argue that it is the weapon that has the magical.
Aura.
So yeah, I think none of it gets halved. I'm gonna make that decision.
okay.
Adef's a Dark Souls gamer. He's imagining you doing this with the sword
Yep,
and
exactly.
covering it
Yeah.
in light.
So yes, I think you were able to strike no problem. And great, that is a lot of damage. She sort of cowers back in this very like weird way and then lurches back forward and is staring right at you, Lucius. And she begins, it's her turn now, and she focuses on you very, 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 very intensely and outstretches her hand at you like this and goes like that. Roll a charisma saving throw.
Oh, that's my specialty. Oh, that's a big one. That's a 24.
Okay.
Did he save it?
You sense that there was a moment where the ghost, it felt like her fingers entered your heart and wrapped around your soul for a moment and then up to your brain, and you managed to, through sheer will, shake her off, but she was almost trying to like possess you.
I'm glad that didn't happen.
And let me make sure there's no side effects.
He might be a little spooked.
Okay. It is now Grum's turn.
Oh, well, I don't have much of an option other than I guess I'll just try and smack her
Sure.
with a glaive. So roll to hit, I suppose.
Yep, and it's a normal roll to hit.
Plus my
Attack bonus.
right. That would be a 14.
It's a hit.
Okay.
Roll for damage and divide by 2.
Do I divide by 2 before the
After you roll.
slash?
So
I add a slash modifier for it. Does that even affect it? If it's
yeah,
a slash
add the
modifier?
roll the
Add
dice,
slash,
add
then
the
divide?
and then divide by 2. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be a 5 damage total.
Okay. Nice.
Man,
Lucius,
I'm
it's your
really
turn.
giving it to her, huh?
It's nothing. It's not nothing. Lucius, it's all you.
Okay. I am going to just use my sword this time. 13 again, which hit last time, yeah?
What'd you say? 13?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. It's gonna be a smaller one this time. 7 damage, and then divide by 2, right? So 4.
4.
Yep.
Nice. A piece of like her starts to begin to wither away a little bit. And it is now her turn. And she's going to fly at Grum and attempt to attack him with the same like touching attack that she tried on you, Lucius. That's a hit. At least I'm pretty sure. Does a 24 hit you, Patrick?
Just barely.
Just barely. Okay. You take 12 damage.
This lady got some icy fingers.
It's very cold to the touch, and evidently very painful.
Ooh.
And it is now Grum, it's your turn. And she does not back away, she's right there.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna see if I can hit her with my glaive again, I suppose. Not too many options here. Actually, I'm gonna look around. Is there anything in the kitchen that I feel like I could use as like a tool that would do? Because I noticed my glaive didn't do a whole lot.
There's kind of just a lot of blunt objects and knives.
Okay. Well then, I guess glaive time. Here we go. Whee!
Also, other 2 boys will be getting to you after this encounter.
Does 20 hit?
It does.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't natty, was it?
No.
Okay.
That would be a 6 rounded up. 11 total divided by 2, so 6.
Nice. She's looking on her last ghostly legs. And Lucius, it's your turn.
She has legs. She
knows
how to use them.
Lucius is about to chop him off, though.
That's true.
That's his
Again,
Nobody's
his
allowed
thing
to have
now.
legs.
It's his thing now.
it's because he's short.
I'm 6 feet.
Oh, okay, tiefling.
What? Tieflings are normal people size.
Uh-huh. Sure, short stuff.
Okay. I'm just gonna use my sword again, and I'm gonna get a nice little. Oh, sorry, I need to roll a hit, don't I? That would be better.
Yeah.
20 to hit.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna keep the roll from before and be honest. It was a 1, but I get +2 damage from using it in only one hand. Does the +2 supposed to get halved along with the rest?
I think so.
Okay, so 2 damage then, because 1 + 3, or 1 + 2 is 3, and then half.
Yeah.
So 2 damage.
That's 1 damage to each leg.
That's true.
So she backs away, and on her turn, she grabs her chest and splays her body open, and like snakes and like ghostly veins and weird like tentacles start lashing out. And
That's
everyone,
not sexy.
everyone,
Well, it depends.
everyone,
What kind of ghostly snakes and tentacles are we talking here?
everybody, and by everybody I mean you two,
Grum is intrigued.
roll a wisdom saving throw.
All right, I see what you're doing. Uh-oh.
Also,
Can you believe Grum is about to fail a wisdom saving throw?
What'd you get, Grum?
7.
Okay, and Lucius.
A 3.
There is a side effect. I did not design this monster. This one I think is one somebody else designed, or maybe I think it's homebrewed. They've written something here that's ridiculous that I have to read for you, but I am not doing. I decided to strike it from the character or from the monster's description. If the save on this particular ability fails by 5 or more, the target also ages by 1d4 times 10 years.
What?
And I was like, no. No.
That's a little strong.
You are frightened. Damn. You are frightened for 1 minute.
Which means we can't move, yes?
Yes. You can retry the saving throw on each of your turns, though.
What would being aged do?
The aging effect can be reversed with a greater restoration spell, but only within 24 hours of it occurring. We'd have to figure out some ramification of you getting weaker.
Damn. All right.
That is a cool modifier thing, though.
Yeah, it is really neat. I've never seen anything like that, but I was like, I can't keep that in. I think it's Grum's turn, yeah. So
does being frightened wear off if we are damaged? Because I have something that makes somebody frightened and that happens.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
So you can roll.
I play Baby Dragon.
You can. All right, I play Time Wizard. So you can.
That's what I thought of.
You can roll a d20 again for a Wisdom saving throw again.
Oh, I literally you can't. I thought you meant move as in walk.
No.
Anything.
You can't do anything.
Right.
You're stopped dead in your tracks.
15.
You're free, but that's your action.
I figured.
And you are also now definitely not afraid of it at all.
I'm not afraid.
I'm not afraid.
Oh, I thought being frightened just means you can't move anywhere.
No, you can't.
It makes more sense to me that if you're frightened, then you're like...
You're paralyzed with fear. You can't move and you can't attack, I don't think.
Oh, all right.
That's what makes sense to me. Until
something hits you, right?
Maybe. I don't know. Fuck it.
Isn't that what we did the last time?
I make the rules.
I'm the dungeon master. I make the rules.
I can look into it more, but it should be fine here.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I was just making sure.
Yeah, definitely.
I know it's someone last time, so I just wanted to.
A worthy query.
Yeah.
You can try the Wisdom saving throw as well, though, Lucius.
Yes, I will do that. A 7.
You are still frightened.
I'm scared. I'm shaking in my boots.
I'm frightened. Nice. Well, you should be. Now, if anyone gets that reference, that's something.
I don't.
Yeah, no. It's a very obscure line from a musical no one really cares about. So it's her turn again. She's going to attempt to attack Lucius, who's frightened. She misses. And Grum, it's your turn.
Wave it up, baby.
Baby!
Oh, does an 11 hit?
Yes.
That fancy dress isn't too strong, eh? Okay, then another one of these plus another one of those. 4 damage.
As you hit her, you strike, and she begins to float upwards and backwards, pieces of her emanating away from her body, and she goes, "My son, Epitelios, where are you?" And then she explodes into a burst of light.
And then I say, "He's not here right now." And then I put my glaive away.
Am I done being frightened?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
And you see a chest appear in the center of the room.
A chest?
Yes. It's a mimic. Just kidding. You open it and find the Sunstone.
You found the Sunstone.
You can evolve Sunkern.
This mysterious stone might fit in the sun slot you saw earlier.
Where is it?
This is the boss key to the Palace of Darkness. Okay. And we're going to hop over to the other boys. The two of you are able to walk back, open the door, and the other door opens just fine.
Nice.
And now we are to the other two boys. And I need water. But you're in a hallway, and there's a door at the end of the hallway. Roleplay.
Is our hallway the same as the other hallway
I don't know.
on the other side?
This is great, guys. But I'm back.
Welcome back.
So yeah, the door at the end of your hallway is unlocked as well.
Okay, we can't see anything in the hallway as we're going.
Yeah, it just seems like pretty plain.
Yeah,
right?
nothing really going on.
Just a plain ass hallway.
Okay, I'll be the first to march forward and unlock the, or not unlock, but open the door.
Great. So you see some stairs that lead downwards, and you're still in sort of like a... Like, it feels deeper and darker and damper than the other parts. It's almost like sewer-y. But you sense you might be in the dungeons.
Right.
And on your left, you can kind of make out down the stairs, there's walls of cells. And you can hear faint cries and noises coming from some of the cells. And one of those shadowy beings is sitting with its eyes closed in front of one of the far cells.
Can we make out what these cries are saying?
They're just wails. And every once in a while, like a no and a please.
So it's like they're it's the same thing that Ron was going through. So they're asleep and they're just writhing
Precisely.
in a cell. Are there any way to like reach, or is there a doorway that's into the cell that's not?
The cells actually, they have no doors. They're just cell walls. And are you walking down the stairs to the cells?
Yeah, I'm attempting to.
There's no other way to go, right?
No, there's just this
Yeah.
guard that looks like he might be asleep. This like shadowy monster who's like 30 feet down the hall. And as you get to the first cell and you turn to your left, you see like the spirit projection of somebody asleep in probably what is the real world in Aerosmith. And this person is like writhing and energy is being sapped and their ethereal form starts to like gain mass. And as you walk to the next cell, it's very similar. Then in the next one, there's a full-on person. And they're also asleep, but you can see their legs are like slowly starting to change into what looks like the legs of one of the shadowy beasts. Yes, this is what you see.
Fascinating.
No, it's not. This is actually quite frightening. So there's no way to interact with them. There's just a guard that's in front of us down the hallway in this cellar.
Yeah.
Because we can't get in these cells, can we?
No.
There's no. Okay, then I'll just continue on forth, making sure to be pretty stealthy.
Quietly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get an actual quiet song then, shall we? Okay.
Is
What
this shadowy being like armed at all? God damn it, Patty.
No, he's just chilling, just sitting there cross-legged with his eyes closed.
I look over to Gouger. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to take him out? It seems like only that one guy here.
We could sneak attack for sure. Is this corridor lit at all? Are there torches?
There are very dimly lit torches about every 15 feet.
Okay.
It's lit, bro.
I feel like we could try and sneak attack if they are in fact sleeping.
Let me see. Yeah, then let's go ahead and do that then.
Do we need to roll initiative?
Not for the sneak attack, no.
Not for the sneak attack, right?
Sneak attack is all you.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess then I will stealthily approach and see what I can do. I'm gonna use my rapier this time. I'm feeling frisky.
Okay. You're able to get up to it. Well, you should roll for stealth. But roll with advantage because it's like asleep.
Right. 22.
Great. And Caius, you should do the same.
$14.
Great. You're both able to get up there, no problem.
Okay. So yeah, come in and sneak attack with my rapier.
Great. Roll to hit.
Roll to hit, and because I'm attacking before my opponent, advantage as always. Does an 18 hit?
Yes.
Okay, and because of sneak attack, I had advantage on my attack roll. I get 1d8 and 2d6.
Okay.
Plus 4 piercing is 12.
Great. Nice. And as you hit it, Caius, you also have the opportunity to attack real quick before he, like, if you do it at like the same time, you know what I mean?
Okay, then I'd like to ready my pike with two of my hands, obviously.
Okay.
The only two hands that I own.
Sure.
But I would like to.
I would like to
I'd
grow
like-
a third arm, actually.
Okay. Roll for survival.
Nature.
Yes.
And I'd like to charge at the shadowy figure, attempting to pin him to a wall if enough force was applied.
Okay.
That's a 17.
It's a hit.
Awesome. And the pike is a 1d10 plus 2 for piercing. That was a 6 damage.
6 damage?
Yeah.
Okay. You hit him and pin him up against the cell wall, and he's sort of awake and like swinging at you, but unable to break free. It's going to make a strength check against your strength. So what's your strength base stat, not the modifier? So the thing below or above the modifier, depending on where you put it.
Oh, my bad. 18.
Okay. 16. So it's still pinned, and we'll now do turn orders, and we'll just do it based on what you did before because of the strength check. So, Gouger, it's your turn.
My turn again. And because of the fact that
You're still attacking before your opponent.
I'm attacking before my opponent, so I can get advantage on the attack roll, I suppose. And sneak attack would be in effect anyway because Caius is pinning this guy, so they're within 5 feet. So I'm just going to go ahead and roll and see if I hit.
Oh, right, because the within 5 feet partner thing. That's right.
So
Just jumping this thing.
rapier is a 24, obviously hits. 14 that time.
Nice. You stab it, and this like black ooze penetrates from it. It's like, and it looks very worse for wear. Caius.
So I'm going to leave. I'm going to. No, actually, I'm going to free it, and I'm going to switch to my maul weapon.
Okay.
Is there enough time for me to ready my maul?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Then I'd like to swing at it with my maul. And I got a 10. Does that hit?
No.
Whoops.
It's now its turn. It's going to swing at Caius. A 20 hit?
Yep.
You take 4 damage on that
Okay.
swing. And it's your turn, Gouger.
And I guess I'll just do the same thing. I'll just stab again. Three stabs.
Sure. 3 quick
don't
stabs.
Don't have advantage on this one, but sneak attack should still work.
Yep.
Oh. But I'm pretty sure that an 8 is not going to hit, so never mind.
No. Caius, it's all you.
Mauling it.
Okay.
Maul it.
16.
Hit.
There we go.
All right. The maul is a 2d6 plus 2.
You have the opportunity to do it here.
10.
You kill it.
Well done.
And it falls to the ground and crumples under its own weight.
Can I attempt to examine this being for like any sort of thing that might be like sticking out?
Sure. You don't.
Like is like is his blood like ooze like something? I don't know.
It's like not blood, or it may have been blood at one point, but after seeing the person sort of transforming, and after seeing this was a human. Could have been hundreds of years ago. Could have been 50. Could have been 10. Could have been this week.
Okay, so if I were to,
sure.
Okay, all right, not that answered all my questions then. So
Cool.
so we know that these will eventually turn into these shadowy figures.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a door at the end of the hallway. by
Yeah.
the
Is
way.
there anything like else? Or is it just like a narrow corridor? Or
You see. So, roll investigation, both of you.
My perception and investigation today is not on point. 6.
I got an 11.
Okay. Caius, something catches your eye on the last cell. The last prison cell, you sort of see there's like a teddy bear with its head ripped partially off. And there's a body in the cell that is a young woman, but she's unchanged. She's just a young woman, and she's dead. And she's skeleton. I mean, she's been dead for some time, maybe a few years or something. But you can see her gown. It's clearly some young woman, and it looks to be the gown of the daughter in all the oil paintings that you saw. And there's a teddy bear close to the cell wall.
That is extremely unsettling. I'm gonna relay that to Gouger, and
What is our like vantage point? How are we seeing into these cells?
You're right next to them.
Right. Is it like bars or is
It's
it
bars, yeah. It's just slit bars.
Okay. Is there anything that I could like reach into there and try and grab this teddy bear?
You could use it's like 5 feet, so if you have something that's like a couple feet long, you could sort of like drag it over to you.
Or like try and like poke it with my rapier?
Oh
and,
yeah,
like,
sure, absolutely.
I try and do that.
It's just cushy.
It's just a regular teddy bear.
But you sort of see like you catch a glimpse of a little bit of writing on its back as you press it.
Okay. Am I able to like skewer it and then pull it out?
Yeah.
Okay. I do that then.
And the back says Eptelius in like a children's writing. It's spelled Eptellios. Eptelius. And it looks like a kid wrote it.
It could be the name of the person who owned it. That's very spooky. Shall we proceed through the door and see what else we find?
For sure.
yes, let's.
Okay.
So, what's on the other side of the door? Papers. Okay, so you get to the other side of the door, and there's a chest at the far end. And it's a room that's like 20 feet by 20 feet. And it's just cobble walls.
It almost my instincts kick in and say that this room is a little too plain, a little too quiet. Is there anything I notice out of the ordinary?
Roll investigation.
My investigative skills are so bad today. That's a 3.
Caius, you can roll perception with your dark vision.
Sure. I got a 1.
Oh, good God.
It's just a room.
Sure it is. Yeah.
I'm gonna motion over to Gouger and say that it might only be right for the thief to take the treasure.
Yeah. I still, even though I haven't noticed anything, I'm still a little bit weary.
Yeah, I mean, understandable.
So I have a dagger in my pack, and
Okay.
I just want to throw it across the room and see if anything happens.
Where are you throwing it?
Just like directly across the room, like over the chest, I guess.
And it just sticks in the wall.
Okay. Then I guess my next move is to just kind of take a step forward and approach the chest.
Great. You make it to the chest.
Look, we were completely worried about nothing, weren't we, Caius?
Worried about what? What's over there?
Nothing at all.
What's in the treasure?
Just a good old chest. I think I'll open it myself. And I go ahead.
And you open it, and there is the moonstone, this crescent moon stone. And you have it now, and it looks exactly like the hole in the door you saw in the Great Hall.
So I grab my dagger out of the wall and make my way back over to Caius.
Great.
And nothing happened in that room at all, and it was not sketchy, and it was just fine.
Oop.
The end.
We gotta double back and tell these other folk about how these things are becoming to be.
This is very interesting.
So do you go back into the hallway?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Great. You turn around to find that the door has shut.
Apparently, it's not all fine and dandy, is it?
And upon trying it, it's locked.
Okay.
And you hear, both of you are facing the door, and you hear a thud behind you.
So we turn around.
And you are greeted by what can only be described as a disgusting thing.
I like to think that he's just ad-libbing this in because you were so scared of this room. Like, he wasn't going to do anything until you were cautious, and then he's like, all right, door locked.
No, there is a thing.
Disgusting.
There was a thing, I promise. There was a thing. It was supposed to happen when you opened the chest, but that was too safe. You were too cautious. That part, this is new, baby.
Okay.
It is this, like, 5 foot tall, slightly hunched over woman of undiscernible, like, quality. She looks like haggard, and she's got big bulging eyes, and she's missing a bunch of teeth, and she's got this long gray hair and a cloak over her head, and she's carrying this big staff with both hands. And there's, like, clear magic emanating from the staff, and it's the same color as the ooze from the beasts. And she says,
Heptelius? Or Heptelius's friends, maybe?
Who are you?
Oh, you don't know who I am then. Okay. Heptelius, the young master, would never. These are enemies. These are enemies. Yes.
and she runs at you and tries to swing. Roll initiative.
Oh!
10.
6.
Okay. Where they at? Oh, there it is. She goes first. And she's gonna swing at Gouger. Does a 10 hit you?
False.
Okay, she swings right over. She's like,
Oh, no.
and she backs up a little bit, like scurries really scarily. And Gouger, it's your turn.
Okay. Is this thing like a zombie or
It's
like
it looks to be like a living, breathing person.
Okay.
But she might be somehow, she looks aged. Like she is propping herself up with some kind of magic or like uncannily long life. Or it's also possible that she is just an old person but has gone insane.
Right,
Due to
okay.
just like applications of dark magic or something.
Well, I don't get my advantages on my attack here. This isn't, I could try, but there's not, like, my sneak attack is useless in this particular situation. So I think I'm going to use a ready turn, in hopes that maybe I can, boost my damage ability somehow.
Okay.
In my pack, I have, this is just going to be a completely set up turn. I'm not doing any damage.
Okay.
I have a flask of oil and a tinderbox.
Yep.
I plan to coat my rapier in the oil and set it aflame in my first turn.
You do so. Actually, roll for nature.
Nature.
Actually, it'd be survival for this one. Survival for a tinderbox.
Yeah, 18.
Yeah, you... And your rapier now swings and produces light and fire.
Excellent. And then I will just, I suppose, just stay disengaged.
Great. Caius, it's your turn.
I would like to move so I can put myself in between the old woman and Gouger,
What a king.
and I'm going to use the pike with reach.
Sure.
It's a 16 hit.
Yes.
Cool. That is 1d10 plus the 2. Do a 4.
4 damage. Nice.
Slight nudge. Love that.
She takes 4 damage. And she, and she, it's then her turn. And she's gonna cast.
Kinky old lady.
She's gonna cast magic missiles at you guys.
Oh shit!
Magic missiles.
You guys weren't using magic missiles, so I gotta use magic missiles.
It's just how it is.
All right. She's gonna send 2 at each of you. So, where's my D4? There it is. Caius, you take 5 damage.
Okay.
Gouger, you take 6.
Is there no armor class for this?
Nope. Magic missiles is magic, baby.
All right. Ouch.
That's a Yoda impression. Yeah, she hits R2. And then it is Gouger's turn.
My turn. Bobby, you're not standing within 5 feet, are you? You did it with range.
Yeah, so you're 10 feet away.
Okay. In that case, I guess I'll dash forward, and take a stab with my rapier.
Great.
That's what I'll do.
Roll to hit.
Does a 21 hit?
Maybe.
Damn.
And for 7 damage, but with fire damage?
Yeah, so I was thinking about in between turns how I was going to do this. I think that it can be 1d4 fire damage.
On top?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 7. No, sorry, yeah, 7 plus 3 fire damage.
Sweet. So 10?
Yeah.
Nice. She sort of lights a blaze. She's like, and she's like looking back and forth really fast. She's like hitting the flames like really hard. She's like hitting herself with the staff, and then she's like, "All right," and then she like does a thing, and the fire subsumes, like if that's the word. It gets absorbed into the staff, and
Excellent.
she puts the staff down. She's like,
Close one.
And then I use my bonus action to disengage. Nice little like backflip, and right behind Bobby again.
"You're doing a backflip?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, roll acrobatics."
Of course, you're gonna make me roll for it. 13.
You backflip, and you're behind Caius, and she gives a thumbs up. And then her thumb falls off. And she like grabs it and puts it back and does some magic, and it reattaches to her hand.
Excellent.
And it is now Caius' turn.
Awesome. I would like to stay near my friend. However, that staff seems a little bit peculiar to me. What was the features, like the physical features of the staff again?
It's just a wooden staff, but it like there's a black aura spinning around it that looks similar to the blood or like ooze from the beasts.
Okay. So I thought. I want to use my longbow in an attempt to disarm her, like shoot her in the hand or something.
Okay.
And that will be.
So this is the oath bow, right? But you're just using it as a longbow.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm
not invoking the magic.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
18.
Hit. Also, yes, she did do that as a free action. She's a kooky lady.
I don't have the values for all of the oath bow written down. I thought I did.
It's just a longbow.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I do. That's a 1d8 plus 2 then. And that will be for 6.
Cool. It hits her in the hand, but she doesn't even budge.
Ouch.
She almost, at this attack, she doesn't even react. Like, it's like she doesn't even know she's been hit. What was it, 8 damage?
6.
6. It's her turn. And she is going to point her staff at both of you and cast a spell. Let me make sure I remember what it does. Okay. Caius, does a 13 hit you?
Nope.
Gouger, does a 12 hit you?
Nope.
Okay, you're both fine. It sort of like just barely darts around you.
Cool.
And she's like, and Gouger, it's your turn.
All right. You know, I think I kind of like my vantage position from kind of behind. So I take a step to the side, and I draw my short bow, and using the flame from my rapier, perhaps, I catch the end of the bow on, and I shoot that way.
Okay. And after this turn, the fire is dissipating.
Okay. Oh, that was a nat 20, baby.
Let's go.
Very nice. So that means I double my dice for this?
Yes, nat 20, you will double the dice, add the normal modifier, and then just add 1d4 for the fire.
Right. So short bow 2d6, I guess. Plus 4 is 10, plus fire damage is 12 total.
Nice. Yeah, the fire's out on the sword, and the oil drips off, and it's dry. You did 12?
12.
Nice. This she feels. It hits her in the chest, and she staggers. She's like, and she, I don't know where that came from. And yeah, well, it's Kai's turn, so she doesn't do a goddamn thing.
This lady's crazy.
I'm real close to losing my mouthful of food here.
Then let us run up to her with the maul, the two-handed weapon that I have readied.
Okay.
And... Oh, wait.
Yes?
Never mind. Never
Okay.
mind. Maul time.
Okay.
And then that would be for a 12? Does that hit?
No. 12 does not hit.
Well, then there's that.
It's her turn, and she is going to attempt to hit you over the head with the staff. She fails. She hits you, but it bonks right back. She, like, misjudged the amount of force, and just goes, and then she's like,
Hey! Hey!
What?
It's not nice.
I'm not. I don't know.
Gouger, it's your turn.
Well, Caius was nice enough to stand within melee range.
Ah,
so
yes.
Now my sneak attack has come back into possibility. So I'm going to shoot him on the short bow again. Does an 18 hit?
Yes, sir.
Cool. So I get 3d6.
Ha ha ha.
It's 14 damage.
And this is the rapier?
This is the short bow.
Okay, so you take aim. It hits her right in the head. And then she falls backwards. And as she hits the ground, she, like, crumbles. And a spirit of her, like, sort of wiggles out of her body. And it's like,
I'm sorry, Master Reptilius. I only could make so many of your friends.
and then she disappears.
That's
Spooky.
incredible. I'm going to examine where she kind of poofed and turned into dust from. But is the staff still imbued, or did it go away? when
The
she
magic
went away?
is gone from the staff.
I see.
The ooze is like on the ground evaporating. So, yeah, that like link seems broken. And her cloak is there, but it's just like disgusting clothes.
Well, if we almost got ambushed by something like this, then we gotta hurry back and see if the other guys are all right.
Sure. Let's do that.
Make our way through the cellar, up the stairs.
Great.
Is the door unlocked?
Everything's unlocked. You make it in, and we'll say for the sake of argument, the two of you sort of burst out of your door at the exact same time. And you're like, oh,
I got the sunstones. You get the moonstone?
We got the moonstone.
I got the sunstone.
I got the moonstone.
I got the sunstone. Let's put it in the sun moon door.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
High five.
not perturbed by the fact that both of you just fought like daemons. Nice high five. Excellent.
You know, Grum and I, we have this bond from the jobs we did together.
Right, of course.
That's right.
Does he still have the teddy bear?
I did bring it. Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah.
I notice it, and I see the name written on the back of it.
Mhm.
And I point it out and I say, "Hey, Grum, that looks like the name of the son of the ghost we just fought."
How you
Huh?
gonna say that? Yeah, how you gonna say that to Grub? You know you can't read.
Huh?
That's why I'm pointing it out to him. He should.
Who?
He has to trust me. You remember that ghost lady we fought like 30 seconds ago? It was like she was ghostly and she was kind of mean and she
Oh, yeah.
put her ice cold fingers around your heart. Yeah, you know that one.
She's a kid?
Yeah, she mentioned
Fuck
at
it
the
up,
beginning. She was like, "Are you my son?" And we had to say
Oh,
no.
yeah, that was funny. You said
Yeah,
no.
I said
really
no because
flat.
you're not her son. But I think
You
that
didn't even pull punches. You're just like, no. I remember now.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Which?
Okay,
Which?
so,
Which?
So where'd you
wait.
find the bear then? That lady was a total bitch to us.
Well, that lady. Is this the same lady that we actually found like that in the cellar?
No, so you found the daughter from the paintings, it seems,
Okay.
and they
The
found
son's teddy bear.
the mother.
And then maybe their grandmother as well? Who was this crazy old lady?
Caretaker.
Yeah, something like
Guardian,
that.
Butler.
Who knows who she was, but she seemed to be a caretaker of this this son.
Hold on, you met a
This
living
What the fuck
person?
are they talking about?
She might have
I
been a
think-
zombie of some kind, but
Not exactly living. When she was dead, well, she didn't really leave a body behind.
We killed a ghost. I don't know how that works, but we killed a ghost. So that was cool.
I am adoring this powwow. This is great.
We got to catch up here.
Yeah.
This
all
is
right.
great.
A lot has transpired in the
A
past, like,
lot
30
has
minutes.
transpired. Yes.
I
I mean-
snatched the stone out of Gouger's hands and thunk right in the door. Both.
The door, and just like opens wide after a mechanism like does a bunch of gear stuff.
After it does a bunch of cushing.
Yeah, exactly. Like you know what I'm talking about? It's like a
Yep, the kush,
yeah.
for sure.
And as the door opens, you see. Let's find a song. There we go. You're in the courtyard. And it's in the center of all the battlements and everything in the ramparts. And looking up, you can see the walls surrounding it. And there are sort of some of these like shadowy guards. But it's a very peaceful, kind of like tranquil area. It's still very unsettling. But there's a tree in each corner that has leaves. And they're just these kind of like oak trees. And there's snow falling and there's a light snow cover. And in the center of the courtyard, there's like this pedestal. And I say pedestal, but it's quite large. Maybe 5 feet by 5 feet. And it has a small, like, tiny staircase you could, like, walk up to be on top of it. And there's a large horn in the center atop the pedestal. And then in the far distance, you can see atop the walls, which can be walked up via stairs. There's a set of stairs on the far back right corner that go up, and a back left corner to your left and behind that go up onto the walls where you can, like, walk along the ramparts. There's a door to a tall tower. Tower with, like, there are other parts of the tower, like, a long section and then the long tower, but it goes into further into the castle, basically.
Do I get the feeling that we would be unsafe if we walked around freely here by the guards?
There's only 2 of them that you can see right now, and they're both walking towards the front of the castle, and there's like a wall behind you, and they sort of pass, and you're totally free.
Okay. I would like to inspect whatever this giant stone platform is.
It says the Allbringer.
All
beneath it.
ALL?
Yes, ALL. Allbringer. And there is a mouthpiece where you could blow into it.
Oh, that kind of horn.
Yes, sorry.
I don't know why I would want to bring all of anything here with us. So I'm gonna refrain from blowing on this horn.
I'm not. Fuck it.
I shove him as he makes a lunge for it.
You must roll. Grum is making this action, so roll strength
Yes.
against each other.
I am. That's
Right.
what Grum would do.
Roll strength. So Grum,
I want
roll,
to fight the Allbringer, dude.
Grum,
Hell yeah.
roll a d20 and add your strength modifier. This is Skyrim Atmospheres. It's 45 minutes of just atmospheric rain and foresty music. It's really nice.
You're damn right it is.
I use it all the time when we're just outside in this adventure.
I've really gotten into this whole roleplay thing. This is nice.
Hell yeah, dude.
Didn't expect to fall into Grum's shoes so easily.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
I am.
And also that's a great, is that like Bergenworth? What is that?
Canehurst.
Canehurst, that's what I meant. This area is...
Described a castle courtyard in the snow.
Yeah,
And I was like,
this area is slightly modeled after Canehurst and slightly modeled after Priscilla's castle in Dark Souls 1. See the bone spinner guys in the like wet dungeon area being gouger. Anyway, their experience. So, yeah, you need to roll strength against each other. Danny, or pardon me, Lucius, what'd you roll?
17 plus 3, 20.
And Grum, roll strength.
15.
Plus?
No. Oh, whoa, I'm way off. 10. 10.
All right, Lucius, you manage to shove him aside into the snow, and Grum, you fall to the snow. And for all you know, Lucius just pushed you aside for like no reason.
The fuck, dude?
Listen, it looked like you were about to blow on that horn. and
Yeah!
I don't know if we want to find out what the Allbringer is, because
I do!
this place is creepy. We just fought a ghost.
We killed it!
The
Easily.
Allbringer sounds very powerful. That's a badass name.
What do you want to do? We're here to kick ass, right? Let's kick some ass!
Maybe we should head towards that tower first.
Fine.
Talk it over with the group. We can put it
Fine. To the tower! No,
Okay.
it's too late. I don't want to blow anymore.
All
All right.
I'm happy with the horn not being blown.
Not, but I was shoved aside, and I have to respect that.
So you go up on the walls, and you reach this door, and it is locked.
Ha!
And I attempt to pick the lock.
No, Grum wants to fight.
Roll dexterity, or sleight of hand, sorry.
22.
So you manage to pick the lock, and it frees, the latch does, but then you press on the door, and there's a magic seal as well.
Classic. I hold the lock and I say, look, I did it, but nothing happened.
And then a figure emerges from the door, another ghost. But this is a man, and he has a great beard. He's not large, he's a thin man, but he's wearing a crown. And he says, "Are you here to free my son? Save my... Where's my... Something's wrong with my son, Eptelius. Who are you?" He seems...
I'm Grum.
He seems peaceful.
I show him the bear. I say, yes, we're here for your son.
He grabs at the bear and he can't. he can't hold it. And he looks at his hand and he says, "How strange. I'm dead." And he just sort of stares at you all.
Would you like us to return this bear to your son?
My son is gone. He left us like this and left. Please help him.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. My son always liked changing things, meddling with beasts and monsters and spirits. Did my son kill me? My son killed me. And my wife. And my daughter. Something has changed in my castle. Everything has changed. You must free this place. And he even looks around and he looks out past the mountains and he says, "This is not where the castle is. Something is wrong."
Try to snap him out of it, and I say, "Who is the Allbringer?"
Who? The horn is the Allbringer. It summons us for dinner. It brings us all to dinner.
Yes! That was
I thought
great.
so.
That was great. Well done. Well done.
Is it dinner time?
I say, hold that thought. And I go over to the Allbringer. And I look over at Lucius real quick and kind of give him one of these, like, yeah? Can I? You good? I'm waiting.
I'm actually crying, dude.
I won't do it till you let me. I don't know. You're pretty serious about me not blowing the horn. Can I bring him to dinner? Is that okay? Can I call him to dinner, Lucius? Can we fight the dinner bell?
It echoes, and the snow sort of lifts off the ground, and the Ghost King Dad is like, "Dinner time." And then he floats down to the Allbringer, and he sits at it. And of course, all of the shadowy beasts hear this, and they run. And you start to hear boom, 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 and they all like jump off the wall, and they're running towards the Allbringer. And he turns the guy, and he goes, "You don't belong here. This is for dinner." And then he like goes like this, and a force field emanates out from him, and all of the shadowy beasts are like lifted up and thrown off the castle walls and cast into the abyss.
Whoa.
And he sits and he says, "Yeah, you're fine." And he sits and he says, "I'm going to wait now." He's like half in, half out, but like helping. He's struggling to like understand that he's a spirit, and I think his essence you sort of feel is like aloof.
Can I ask him what he'd like for dinner?
Stew.
What would you like for dinner?
Stew.
And I just came up across a great recipe for stew. It has meat and vegetables with some rosemary and a lot of salt and something that includes cumin. Does that sound good to you?
That sounds great.
I would like to go to the kitchen and whip up some stew, since I know where the kitchen is.
You
see
find
if the food rouses something.
Sure,
from the ghost.
they have the beef didn't keep, but
I'm not expecting him to be able to eat it.
okay,
I just
great.
Need to,
There
I need
is
to
beef,
make
and
a
you're
stew.
able to make it exactly as she said that she did, and you have a moment where you're in the spice cabinet, and you grab the cumin, and like you look up, and there's a bottle of paprika, and you're like, "Oh my god, it's this." And you ascertain that that's like it's just cumin and paprika, and that's like it.
It's the family secret.
Indeed, those are rich spices for these townsfolk.
Indeed.
And you make the stew, and it smells like really nice, aside from the decaying meat and the bad potatoes. You bring, you might bring him the stew.
You do.
And he's able to smell it.
Oh.
and he smells it, and he sort of like falls to his to a very slouched, comfy position. He's like, "It was dinner time, and it was good."
I'm kind of still standing by the door. If I gave it a push, what happens?
It opens. It opens.
Would you look at that? Grum, good stew making.
Okay. Well, I tell this guy, we're gonna do our best to do right by your castle and your family.
Thank you. And if you see my son, I don't know.
We don't know either.
Me neither, yeah.
Right there with you.
Mumbling in agreement.
I fear he's lost. I wish you good luck. And then he just sort of sits and looks up at the snow and is kind of just living his ghostly life. And he's sad. I mean, he's a sad man. He's very sad. But the stew has brought him momentary peace.
Good job, Grum.
Thank you.
Well done.
Grum, I'd like to award you another. Grum's the only one that's gotten them so far somehow, unless I gave them to somebody else. I don't remember.
No.
Grum, that's an inspiration point, baby.
All right. Was making him happy the only way to open the door?
It was just blowing the horn.
Oh. Well. Above and
yeah.
beyond.
Gouger, what do you see now that you've opened a door?
I take a peek in and see what I can see.
Gouger, what do you see?
Good question.
I'll tell you what you see. Flip over the page. Okay. You're in a long hallway. Again! But this one's big. It's got like rib vault architecture and everything. It's very regal.
Ooh, rib vault.
Yeah, rib vault. We're not doing tunnel architecture, or this is not barreled architecture. This is rib vault. We got, some very gothic undertones. And on the left, the wall is just the cobble. There's nothing on the left. But on the right, there are, and it's a long hallway. There must be tens and tens and tens of windows. I guess the way people in the real world say that is dozens, I'm realizing. There are dozens of stained glass windows that are as tall as the ceiling. And directly in front of you, there is a pedestal with a bowl atop it. And the bowl is filled with what looks like blood.
It's not the same goopy black
No.
blood as the... Okay.
It's human blood. And there's an inscription affront the bowl.
Can I read it?
You sure can.
I would like to read
says,
it.
Everybody ready?
Mhm.
I drip on and on in the bowls which bring me closer to gold.
Are there any other bowls in the hallway?
There is, so there are bowls in front of every stained glass window, and they are levitating in front of the stained glass windows. However, the first window on your right has two bowls. And this first window with the two bowls, both are filled with blood already. And the second window is also filled with blood. Or the second window's one bowl is also filled with blood. Every other bowl in front of every window is empty.
How many windows?
Walking up and down, you count 40.
Including the first one.
Yes. 40 inclusive.
Are the stained glass windows depicting anything?
They're all kind of different depictions. You can't really make out much on them that would lead you there. This is a tough one. This is a tough one.
Interesting. I drip on and on in the bowls which bring me closer to gold.
Yeah.
Every day we stray further and further from gold.
Bring me to Valhalla. I am shiny and chrome.
Are any of the stained glass windows colored gold?
No. Well, actually, so the first window has the two fold bowls, right? The second one has the one filled bowl. And then the third one is a gold window pane.
That's the only gold thing in this hallway.
Yep.
Can you read the riddle again?
The third one, what is gold?
The third one, the window is gold.
Okay.
I drip on and on in the bowls whichever bring me closer to gold.
Is there anything above the bowls?
No, but you can pick up the bowl in front of you, the big one, from the front of the room.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And it's filled, like, you can distribute
with blood.
it. Yeah.
Okay. On and on in the bowls that bring me closer to gold.
So
Grum's a simple guy. Grum's gonna lift up the main bowl and pour some blood into the gold window.
It
bowl.
fills. The bowl fills.
That's good. Maybe. That's what I intended. So great. Guys, it's full.
the
did you grow?
There's two windows, right? Then the first window has two bowls already full, and the second window has one bowl already full.
Mm-hmm.
And the third window is the gold window, and that's the one that Grum just filled.
Yes, sir.
The first one that was empty.
Are all the other bowls like bolted to their positions?
Floated.
They're floating, but
they're floating.
you can't move them.
I
They
see.
all stay where they are.
Can I tilt the bowl to pour the blood back out, or is it?
No, it
That's it.
stays in the bowl.
Can I
Has
scoop it out with my?
No, it's like untouchable. It like won't move.
Interesting.
You sense that this
our
means it
movable-
might belong in this bowl.
Ah. Is there how much blood is there left in the bowl that we have?
Enough.
Enough. Okay.
It's a large bowl. You could fill almost every bowl in the room if you
I
wanted
see.
to.
Got it. Hmm.
Danny, not to put pressure on you, but I think this is one you might be equipped to solve.
Like IRL?
Yes.
Okay.
I think. I don't know.
Christ.
I don't know. But
Yeah,
I would think.
I see.
This is definitely the most like abstract puzzle yet, and relies on like some real world knowledge. But like so does everything. So
That's true.
what were you gonna say, Goucher?
I was going to say that the whole bringing me closer thing makes me think that each bowl that gets further away should have less blood in it. That's my instinct, but what do you guys think?
I don't
Grum
know, but
fight good.
there has to be some significance to the first window having double the amount of blood.
Yes.
I'm trying to think of what that could be. Is every bowl on the windows the same size?
Yes.
So there's basically 41 bowls?
Yes.
Okay.
I think one piece of the setup that might make this easier that I'm gonna retcon is, let's say there are 34 windows total. So instead of 40, we'll shrink it to 34.
We're taking 6 off the back end?
Yeah.
The far end?
Yeah.
Okay. Trying desperately to think why that makes a difference.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I may have gone too deep for this one.
It's okay.
Can we inspect something that might help us out here?
Sure. Gouger, roll investigation and tell me in the room where you want to go.
I want to go because it seems like the amount of blood is going less as you go down the hallway, just by what we have. So I just kind of want to stand between 3 and 4 and see if there's some sort of significance of like it's still getting less. That's where I'm investigating. So.
What do you mean by less?
Because like you have a big bowl at the front, then you have 2 filled, then you have 1 filled, and then you had 1 that wasn't filled, and then it was filled later.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
no,
there's-
it's just normal 1 bowl for the rest of the windows. But
Right.
Roll investigation for me.
Okay. That is a 10.
How much do I give?
Are they Fibonacci bowls?
They are Fibonacci bowls, Patrick. Let's fucking go, dude. That's exactly what they are.
That's what Dangers essentially said. Just not without like the word.
Patrick,
Yes.
what the fuck, dude?
It's what Dangers said. It's not my idea.
I mean, is that what you were saying, Dangers?
I was implying that
Yeah.
there is like a continuum of some kind going on there. Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
He said that
but,
as you go down the line, there's less and less blood in each.
yes,
and
but
then you're
Patty,
like-
you have hit the Fibonacci. Yes, yes. Hence the line, ever bringing me closer to gold, and the Fibonacci sequence converges to
Golden
the golden
spiral.
ratio.
Got it.
There you go.
Nice, Patrick, dude. Grum out here solving every hard puzzle.
Grum plays dumb in every situation. A puzzle comes in and his brain just fucking explodes.
Galaxy brain, dude. All right, well, you still have to solve
That
it.
poor blood good.
I'm sitting here looking at the pattern of valence electrons on a gold atom. Just by the way.
I also pulled up.
What, like 1s2, 2s2, 2p6 garbage?
Like the number of electrons in each orbital.
2, 2, 6.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
is.
That's how deep I was going.
I don't know I'll ever be that mean.
Okay.
I was also looking at table of elements because I couldn't remember the atomic number for gold.
I
and
think
was
it's
like,
42, isn't it? Isn't it? Is it 42?
79.
79. You know what? 42, 79, same number.
It's the same number.
Amazing. That is genius. I don't think I'm smart enough to think of that. But yeah, so you still got to solve it.
Oh, so it's 2 and 1 and 1, then 1/2.
No, it's the summation
That's-
version.
So it's like 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, and 34.
Yep. Well, it's 1, 1, 2, 3, 5 because the only way the
Oh,
sequence
I
works is
was
with the
going.
initial.
I
one.
was going the wrong way.
Yeah.
I was making it less and less.
No. So the other trick to understanding the puzzle is that there are 2 bowls in front of the first window. So index 1 has 2. So it's 1, 1, 2. Because the sequence doesn't work unless you have 2 ones at the start.
Right.
Because the way the Fibonacci sequence works, it literally you just add the 2 previous numbers.
Yeah, I know, but
So
it's
if you do
2,
that,
1.
you have to start with 2 1s to get a 2. The sequence is completely arbitrary, but it's 1
I'm
1.
So fucking
It
confused
literally,
right
the
now.
sequence literally
No,
just
it-
goes
it- yeah.
1 1 2 3 5
I know,
8. Yeah.
but you started it with the windows in order 2, like 2 bowls.
But don't count the bowls. It's the window number twice.
Yeah, window number 1 twice.
Yeah. 1 for 1, 1 for 1, and then 2, and then 3.
God.
Sorry, I apologize that was not clear.
Okay, I was thinking we had to put like descending Fibonacci amounts of blood in the bowls all the way down the line. So it would have been 2.
I got my
Jesus.
graduated
1,
cylinder
and
right
one.
here.
Yeah, let me get my beakers.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Yeah,
okay.
no.
We're just filling the ones in the Fibonacci sequence.
Yes.
Got it.
And Danny gave
Got
them
it.
1 1, which are already filled. 2 is already filled. 3 you filled. And then 5, 8, 13, 21, and 34.
Okay.
I'm proud of you guys.
Whew.
I hope that wasn't too annoying.
No,
that was
I
good.
love shit like that.
Dope, because I'm going to keep doing puzzles like that. Not all of them are going to be like math sequences, but like...
Well,
I'm
that's
glad
like the only math sequence I know.
Well, it's the only one anyone knows. I'm not gonna ask you to do like the Taylor series for cosine or anything.
X equals negative b plus or minus
That was
square root
actually
b
my
squared
next
minus
guess.
4ac all over 2a.
You were thinking it was a Taylor series?
No, I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. I would have been
the
like,
slope of the tangent for this line.
just take the derivative, you fool. Excellent. Well, as you pour into those successive bowls, when you reach bowl 34 and you pour it, you see the door to your left, or rather, it's a wall, become a door, and gold shower, like gold shower, Jesus, gold sparkles like come off of the door, and then it opens to reveal a staircase, a spiral staircase.
We should head up the staircase.
Go ahead.
Let me see. Okay. So as you head up the spiral staircase, it's quite elegant. And, every 10 or 15 feet you go up, there's a large...
There's a
dog.
Cerberus awaiting us.
That was
Dang,
amazing.
dude. Your dog was not happy about the staircase. My goodness.
He is yelling at me to come play.
There he is. I can see him just barely on the edge of your camera.
Truly.
It's
He's
cropped
creeping.
on stream.
Yeah, it is cropped on stream, unfortunately. So every 10 or 15 feet up the staircase, there's a window that gives you a glimpse out into that immense, just mountainous region that looks like unreal. And it's a very beautiful glimpse at the falling snow, past the trees, and into the mountains. And you climb for some time. I mean, it takes a crazy amount of time, almost 10 minutes, to ascend the full staircase at a walking speed. And at the top, there is a doorway. And let's do this, and this, and that. And through the doorway, you see what looks like a master bedroom, or what used to be a master bedroom, and it's huge. It's like 30 feet, more like 50 feet by 50 feet. I mean, it's an immense room, almost magically, too large. As evidenced by the fact that, like, the bed, which is at the other wall, is, like, too small for this room. It's like a normal bed. So you're in some kind of, like, changed space. And the roof is largely gone, like caved out and ruined. And there's snow falling in lightly. And there's a light snow cover on the ground. And on the walls are more canvas paintings, or more oil paintings on canvas that are of this family, this royal family. And all their faces still, the faces of the three you have met thus far. One dead, well, all dead, but one, just a body, and the other two ghosts. Scratched off, torn off, some of them burned, but the boy remains. And, as you're walking through the room, there's these great carpets and everything, these massive rugs, and the snow is falling lightly atop you. And as you reach the middle of the room, something feels like... You feel like you've seen this boy's eyes before. You can't place where, but you swear you've seen it. These eyes have challenged you in the past.
It was the shadow monster.
And just then, as you're thinking that, you see a form start to sort of take place in the center of the room. These like black wisps start coming from the roof and from the ground and from the walls. And you hear a voice in your heads that feels like it's coming from everywhere, and it's cavernous. And it says, "We'll see how you take on this one." And then all the wisps form together. This is great timing.
That was awesome.
And
Perfect.
they form together, and a skull starts to burgeon forth out of the wisps in black, and it's got bared fangs, and it sort of retches its neck out and reaches out 3 feet in front of it, and then retracts, and it's like grows these arms, and it's floating in the air with tendrils beneath it, and it's not huge, maybe only human-sized, but this thing is a mass of swirling black smoke and torn scraps and skull and bones. And it looks at you and readies itself. Everyone roll initiative.
Nat 20.
Ooh.
One sec. What's your modifier, Gouger?
+4.
Okay.
24.
It's Gouger's second nat 20 on a... what am I saying?
Just like an
Initiative?
encounter. Yeah.
Yes, initiative. Thank you.
initiative.
Good lord. Grum,
16.
Caius,
11.
and Lucius.
19.
We're going to listen to this song twice. I adore this song. Great. Gamers, if you're here and you have been enjoying the stream, let's see some jack-o'-lanterns in the chat. It's time for the encounter of the night. This is the thing. This is the deal. And I'm going to read the monster card real quick just so I know everything he can do before that becomes a problem. Holy fuck.
Good sign.
Okay. It is Gouger's turn first.
Great. And attacking first is my specialty, so
Pardon?
this will be attacking first is my specialty.
That's
so,
true.
This will be great. We are in some sort of like hall.
No, you're in a big open master bedroom.
Right. Okay. I'm just kind of curious if there's anything around me that sticks out that I can hide behind in my bonus action that I will take, probably.
Not really.
And how far away is this thing from us?
It's about 25 feet.
Okay. Then where I'm standing is just fine. It's shortbow time.
Let's go.
I attack with advantage because I'm attacking before my monster friend. Does 14 hit?
No.
Yikes. All right. Well, that's the end of that.
You shoot right through it, and it sort of opens and closes the gap of like black smoke. And it is now Lucius's turn.
Alrighty. Well, I don't have too many more spell slots except for some stuff that I have special. I've been saving it. So I'm gonna cast Searing Smite as a level 2 slot, which I don't actually have, but I get once per long rest as a follower of Zariel, who is my god. So I'm going to try to hit him with my sword. It'll apply to my next melee attack. I rolled a 22 to hit.
That is a hit.
Right. So Searing Smite as a level 2, it deals 2d6 fire damage. And then saving throws later, if we remember.
Also,
This
I need
will
to
burn.
remember to talk to you. I spoke with Caius about picking a god from the pantheon I wrote, but I don't think I spoke to you.
I think we did it like even before the campaign started. You told me to pick a god.
Yeah. I've never heard of the one you said.
Oh, it was like in all the paladin stuff that I read. So.
Yeah, I wrote a whole new set of gods.
Oh, okay, got it.
Oops.
But we can do that later. It's fine.
Okay, we can retcon some of my stuff.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, so my sword damage is... Ooh, I rolled an 8 on my 1d8.
Nice.
I forgot I haven't been adding strength to my sword attacks, so I'm going to do that now. That is a 13 on the sword attack, plus 2d6 from the Searing Smite, and that... Oh, holy shit, I actually rolled a 12 on a 2d6. That's insane.
This is a really improbable turn you are taking.
Yes, I rolled an 8 on a 1d8 and a 12 on a 2d6. That's wild.
That's like over 1 in 400.
Yeah.
It's technically the same odds as getting any number.
That's true. That's not true, actually. Some of them, when you add them in the middle, those become more likely.
Wait, no, I did 1 in 8 wrong. It's 1 in 8 times 1 in 36, which is...
It's a lot. It's like 1 in 200.
1 in 272.
Yeah.
Nah, it's 50% chance.
Oh, okay.
It either happens or it doesn't.
Yep.
It either happens or it doesn't.
Yeah. I completely lost track of how much damage that did. I think it was 13 plus 12 is
Yes.
25.
There you go.
And then it is on fire.
Is it?
On its turn, it decides that.
It is.
Oh, it's its turn right now.
No.
Oh, okay.
Frankie, if you wouldn't mind describing in chat how being on fire works, that would be sick.
It needs to do a Constitution saving throw at the end of every, or at the start of every turn.
Else.
Else take 1d6 fire damage.
Great. Never mind, Frankie. You dum-dum.
Dang.
Or it can use an action to put out the flames and the spell ends.
Okay, cool. So, that means it is next Grum's turn.
Ooh. I would like to enter rage,
Yes.
and I would also like to recklessly attack this beast from 10 feet away because I have reach with my glaive.
Okay.
So I approach 15 feet and attack recklessly.
Excellent.
I approach a very specific amount to attack recklessly.
You pull out your tape measure in your blinding rage and then retract it and...
Goddamn monster, man. Fucking measure out Ooh,
Yeah.
That's a 19 or an 18.
Both
So
hit.
19. That's wonderful. So I hit him. Let's see. Game bonus. I believe it's +2. Yes. So that's on damage, right? So
Yes.
That's D10. Yeah. Okay. Well. That's not bad. 9.
With all
9
the
damage.
bonuses from rage and everything and reckless attack?
Mhm.
Great.
Yep. Oh wait, what's reckless attack do again? It's just roll with advantage, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
I
And
think
then you,
that's
like,
what
leave
reckless
yourself
attack-
open or something?
When you make your first attack on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly. Doing so gives you advantage on melee weapon attack rolls using strength, but attack rolls against you have advantage till your next turn.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And then I would like to, as my bonus action, retreat the 15 feet that I advanced.
Sure. Sure thing, my guy.
Thank you.
Up next is Caius.
Wait, what does that leave Grum in position?
He's...
Right back at the start.
Yeah, he's still 25 feet away, so he's right back at the start.
Okay.
Lucius is up close and personal right now.
Yeah, I'm in this thing's face.
Okay, I'd still like to stay a little bit close to the door, but I would like to cast Bless on Gum, Grouger, and Lucius, so they get a +D4 to any attack, roll, or saving throw that they have to make.
And it is a D4, right?
It is a D4, yes.
Okay, great.
But that will be my turn for the for time being.
Sweet. That will be supremely helpful. And it is now this thing's turn. And it is going to obviously attack Lucius first. That is not a hit. Oh my god. It could be, though, but it's not. And it is now going to... it'll swipe at you again. That's a hit for sure. Does a 28 hit you? You're muted.
Yeah, it does. I was gonna try to crack a joke, but the moment was lost when I got muted.
No, do it.
He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do
No,
it.
he's not. He's not.
No,
gonna do
I'm not gonna do it.
it. He's not gonna do it.
You take 10 damage.
Oh, also, the fire thing, Constitution saving throw
Oh, right.
against my Ooh, nice. My charisma, my saving throws are so much harder now. That's great. Against a 16.
And is that is not its distinct action? That's just a saving throw it does. But
That's
then
right.
if it fails, it can choose to get rid of the flames
I
on
don't
its
know if you can.
as an action.
I think it's one or the other.
Yeah,
I think
you-
it's
you
you
either-
either take the action or you
roll the
to
dice.
save.
Okay, it's gonna roll the dice. You said it was against your charisma.
It's 16. It has to beat.
It does.
Wow.
What was the save?
Sorry, it is a Constitution saving throw, but it's rolling against my charisma.
Yeah, it succeeds.
Okay.
So the flames are gone and it attacks you and hits. And
Rip.
I said 10 damage?
Yes.
And you must make a DC 12 Constitution saving throw.
Constitution. I critically fail.
You gain 1 level of exhaustion.
Ooh. Getting a little tired in that heavy armor over there, huh?
A little bit. What does that mean?
One
Google
level
it.
of exhaustion is nothing. It means you're tired. It means you need a cup of coffee, I'm pretty sure.
I don't remember, but I know that you will know soon when the internet tells you.
Okay. But as a reaction to me taking damage,
Yeah.
I point at it, and it bursts into flame.
Colonel
And-
Mustang.
It must make a dexterity saving throw. Also beating 16.
It fails.
All right. That means
Anyone else? Sorry, go ahead.
it takes 3d10 fire damage.
Wow, good God.
Yeah. Hellish Rebuke. 3d10 I'm rolling right now, and that is an 18.
Yikes.
How do you
In the
think that
meantime, Google what the exhaustion levels do.
I will know by the time my turn goes.
Great. Awesome. Yeah, he takes tons of damage.
Does it piss anyone else off how Colonel Mustang snaps with gloves on and it makes a...
Yes. It pissed me off so much when I watched the end. I mean, it doesn't piss me off, but I was like, how's this
It should sound like...
No, it should sound like this. It should sound like this.
Basically.
Maybe
Okay.
bad.
Okay. And up
turn
next is Gouger. Page
think I'm-
291 of Player's Handbook has all exhaustion levels. I don't have the Player's Handbook up.
I think I'm just gonna do what I do best, and that's shoot with my short bow with somebody close by for my sneak attack.
Yep. Lucius is there.
25.
Hit.
Good. I hope so. So I get 3d6 plus 4. Dude, I'm not doing damage today. 9 total.
Okay. Hey, it's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
Yeah, that's normal. What's abnormal is doing like 28 damage.
Yeah, you got
Which is the
Lucius over
norm
here,
for
just
our
like-
party.
Yeah.
I have yet to do anything big like that, but I'm trying.
Well, you just didn't cast yourself enough.
Ah, yes, I must cast myself.
Ah.
I went last that fight. I wanted to cast myself. Oh well.
Okay. Disadvantage on ability checks. Thank you, Francesco, for taking a picture of that. He texted me the page from the Player's Handbook. Appreciate
I've
it.
got it up right now.
See, you're tired.
So yeah, disadvantage on ability checks. Up next is Lucius. For those of you
I
just
go-
joining us, we are in the final boss of the night.
Thank
I go
God.
again already?
My roommate's cooking dinner.
I'm pretty sure you. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, the fact that I did the reaction made me think that I went again, but I didn't. Okay. I don't have too much left here, so I'm gonna go ahead and just use my longsword.
Okay. Also, a question for the boys. I'm gonna make this one a team decision. I have a boss playlist, but it doesn't include like the ominous boss songs. I mean some of them, but it's mostly just a bunch of boss songs. Do we want that, or do we want to continue this?
I'm down for boss music.
Yeah, let's do boss music.
Off
It's great.
time.
It's
Yeah.
almost exclusively
Big ol'-
Soulsborne.
Big old scary skull wispy dark magic thing sounds like boss music to me.
We're in there.
I rolled a 23 to hit with
It's a
the
hit.
sword,
It's a hit.
and I roll a 7 damage.
Okay, nice. Patrick, you sound
I bet
great.
that's super desynced for everybody.
It is.
By the way,
It is.
Excellent.
Because if
That's
it's
great.
desync for me, then it is for everyone, because my desktop audio is the audio.
Yes.
It's not that bad, actually. Alright, cool. Do you want to move or anything?
Nope, I'm standing right in this thing's face.
Great. Grum, it's your turn.
I will do a similar thing as to what I did last time. I forgot to write down the pathway I took, so I don't remember what my new ability is. Do you remember what's the name of the pathway I took? Berserker?
I think so.
Yeah, I thought it was Berserker.
Berserker Rage. Well, that's the first thing that comes up. So, oh, that's World of Warcraft. That's why it comes up. D&D. Sorry about this.
No, that's fine.
Where is?
Francesco says Frenzied Rage from Berserker Path.
Yes, Frenzy. I don't remember what it does though. Let me scroll back up and hit that search bar here. Frenzy. There are no matching pages. All right, we're just not going to use it because I'm hungry. Let's just do the same thing. Another reckless attack from 10 feet away with a glaive. Play it nice and safe.
Okay.
Ooh. Does a 9 hit?
Was that with advantage?
Oh yeah. Did I say I'm attacking recklessly?
Yeah.
Okay. Does a 15 hit?
Does the you get the D4 from the bless too?
Oh, we have not been using that. We have not been
Shit.
using that.
Does a 16 hit?
No.
I retreat back to Caius's side and tell him that his blessing is shit.
Caius, it's your turn.
Wait, real quick, Patty. If you go into a frenzy when you rage, for the duration of your rage, you can make a single melee attack, weapon attack as a bonus action on each of your turns after this one. When your rage ends, you suffer 1 level of exhaustion.
Is Frenzy a bonus
didn't do it.
action?
It just says you can go into a frenzy when you rage.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
did
so
not do that.
yeah, you would have had to have done it before. Okay. Well, now we know.
And also I wouldn't have wanted to do it anyways because bonus action is not being within striking distance of this beast
Sure.
because I don't want to be hit with advantage.
Caius, it's your turn.
Then from there, I will ready my oath bow, and I will lock eyes with my target, and I will utter the words, "Swift death to you who have wronged me," and I will designate that target as my sworn enemy as I make an attack attempt. I think, yeah, definitely.
Excellent.
So when he's when the target is my sworn enemy, it gains no benefit from cover, and I suffer no disadvantage for the attack roll due to long range.
Great.
But we're in pretty close range as it is.
Fight. A bedroom, one might say.
Is a 19 hit?
Yes.
Okay.
Does it do
So-
extra damage? I can't remember.
Yes. If the attack hits alongside the regular damage, he takes an additional 3d6 piercing.
Let's go.
Let's
That's a
go.
lot.
Let's go, bro! Let's go, bro!
That is
Let's go, bro is the new 360 no scope. It's
that
the
is
Zoomer
24
360 no
damage.
scope.
Hey, that's a lot of damage.
That's some big daddy damage.
Big
That's
daddy
what we call
damage.
Big damage.
How much you do? 24?
24.
Ah!
Hit its weak spot for big damage.
Nice. That's a big turn. That's a big
Maximum.
turn.
Is it maximum damage? I think it's maximum damage. Giant enemy crab.
Sick. Well, it is now its turn again. And it is going to...
I love this song. Switched it. Thank you.
No problem, dude. Okay. it is going to do two things. The first thing it's going to do is it's going to look at all of you, retch a little bit, and then curl into itself and burst outwards, and suddenly a feeling of fear comes over all of you. You must make a DC 13 wisdom saving throw. No, DC 14, sorry.
12.
I succeed.
DC 14?
Yeah, DC 14 meaning make a saving throw, so add your wisdom saving throw modifier, not your normal one. And it must be 14 or higher.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's not.
Same. Wait. Oops. I rolled a d12 and got a nat 12. My bad.
Yeah, roll d20 and add your
14. So if I tie, do I pass?
Yes.
Do I save?
Yeah,
Okay.
tie goes to the runner on saving throws. And Caius?
Yeah, so
Massive
that's a
damage.
So Gouger's the only one that fails? Oh, Kitten, just a little ear popped up on camera there for a second.
Yeah.
So you are paralyzed until the end of his next turn.
Okay.
You are paralyzed with nightmarish
Aw.
visions of this thing ripping you to shreds. So all you can envision for the next 6 seconds is it literally obliterating you and tearing you piece for piece.
Horrifying.
That sounds fun.
And it is... Oh, he does another thing.
Is he still on fire? I forgot.
Yes.
Yes.
What is it? It's what was the saving throw?
16.
And what was the stat?
Constitution.
He succeeds. Succeeds. That's a 19.
Okay. He's not on fire anymore.
He then dream walks. He enters dream space and magically teleports up to 40 feet to an unoccupied space it can see. And he teleports right behind Caius.
Okay, so that's not allowed. That's fake shit.
Damn,
And
dude.
he is now...
Calling out the DM.
He's now going
Getting
to
the
swing at you.
dictionary out for Scrabble.
Oh no, I
That's
was just making a joke.
bullshit.
That is a nat 20.
Getting out the handbook,
Oh,
flipping to this beast. Like, he doesn't have
This is about to be an immense amount of damage, Caius. How much health do you have, just out of curiosity? It's not going to change what I say.
I thought I was looking pretty healthy. As it stands right now, I was healthy.
He's not listening to you. He's counting dice right now.
How much health do you have?
that. What's your budget?
like the actual number?
Yes, I want to know the actual
Oh,
number.
okay.
What's your
I have
rate? What's your
20
budget?
29 HP right now.
It does 22 damage.
Oh fuck, dude!
It crit on you.
I'm gonna
It's only fair monsters sometimes get this party's turns.
put my hand on Caius's back, and with my other hand, I'm gonna hand him my open ration. Eat up, buddy. Eat up.
Well,
Walk it off. Walk it off.
first of all, it's not your turn. Second of all, you're not right next to him, so...
I thought I was.
Are you?
Did he
Well, either-
move into the middle of the room, or is he?
He
still
moved right
is-
behind
still-
Caius, so if you're next to Caius,
Oh,
then...
I missed that. My mistake.
He
Phase
teleported
walked.
behind Caius.
You phase one, shadow stepped.
He did what's called dream walk. It is now Gouger's turn. He cannot go, so it's Lucius's turn.
Damn, that sucks.
Oh boy. How far away is Caius from me? Close enough?
He's
I'm
25
still
feet.
at the door.
Okay.
Well,
Alright,
you guys are towards the like more center part of the room, but only by like 5 or 6 feet or something. So,
Okay.
but yeah, Lucius, you're 25 feet.
All right. I'm gonna go hit this thing with my sword.
Okie dokie.
I rolled a 23 to hit.
That's a hit,
Rolling
baby.
High on hits. And then my sword does 7 damage.
Let's go.
I'm all cool stuffed out right now. I just got my sword.
Some wisps come off of him. Some black wisps. I really should show you guys a picture of what this thing looks like.
Yes, please.
I've got a little mental image.
Put it up on stream.
That's why I tapped my head.
I'm gonna put my mental image on screen.
Yes, fuel Gouger's nightmares with the actual depiction of this being.
Exactly.
Okay, it's gonna
thinking
go on
like-
stream in a second here.
Thinking like Dark Beast Parl, but made of black wisps instead of gangly electric bones.
Kind of. I still haven't played this game, but the song seems dope.
Which game?
3. I haven't played 2 or 3. I'm gonna start them
They're
soon.
good video games.
I just finished 1.
Oh, yeah, look at that. It looks kind of like an alien.
I'll make him
A
real big for a
xenomorph.
second. That is what it looks like.
Oh, that's extra spooky.
What a creepy boy.
Should we keep him there?
Just label it final boss of the session.
Here's the boy. Once I have a new PC, I'll be able to do a lot of these things automatedly.
Automatedly.
That's not a word, is it?
Nope.
There's a factor. There's a
Automatically.
word for this. Yeah, that's the one.
There you go.
Excellent. Whose turn is it? Who just went?
I just
I don't
went.
know.
Lucius just went, so Grum.
Okay.
Nice, Danny.
Rinse and repeat. Let's do it again.
Let's go.
I'm enraged. Reckless at
If you're recklessing, it's 2. You roll 2 of them.
I know. Okay, thank God. I nat uncritted. I rolled a 16.
That is a miss.
And then the D4 from the bless.
The D4 from the bless.
Oh, I always forget. Fuck. I roll a 17.
That's a hit.
Wow! Amazing.
The shrieking eels.
Bam. Woo, girl, shit. 13 damage.
Yeah, that's
Hell
in there.
yeah.
Who girl shit. That's what Patty says when he goes to the bathroom. He points at the toilet.
Ooh,
Who
girl,
shit.
Flush.
You got 13, you said?
That is correct, yeah.
That's some chunky hunky bunky damage.
It's chunky, hunky, bunky. That's for sure.
You hit it, and more of the black wisps sort of, emanate outwards, and it lurches and sort of like rotates a little bit, and its head goes into its stomach and then back out its face. And
Its head goes into its stomach and out its face.
Caius, it's your turn.
Ow.
Your head doesn't come out your face that often, Patty?
No, it doesn't.
I meant where his
Especially when
stomach is.
I keep the head in the stomach.
It's
until
where
I'm ready
I was saying, like where his
to
stomach
put
would be
it
and
out
where
of
his
my face.
where his head would be. Get out of here now! Get out of here now!
Get out of here! You crazy.
You crazy! You stupid!
Sorry for the interruption.
Caius, please
That was
play your
funny.
turn.
Yeah, can I retreat away from this hellish being?
As your
Like,
action, absolutely.
Then yes.
You can disengage as your action.
Yes, I will disengage then. 'cause
Disengage! Disengage! Niner, disengage.
We gotta drop
that-
the
so, yeah,
load.
full 30 feet out.
I
You
repeat,
guys
there
can
are
handle
children
this.
on board. All right, cheers. You're able to disengage. How far are you going to move? Full movement?
Full movement, 30 feet.
Makes sense. You're a ranged boy this fight.
It's a big ass room.
The skull doesn't like this. But he understands.
Thank you, Lord.
It is going to go towards Grum. Oh no, it's going to go to Gouger for sure. And attack Gouger
Okay.
with a claw attack.
Probably has advantage because I'm terrified, right?
Nah.
Okay,
So
that's
out of
considerate.
curiosity, why did it choose to not attack me?
Because
Gouger's
it
closer?
yeah, no, I'm just saying, retconning that, like, it saw Gouger was still terrified and saw a moment of opportunity.
Okay.
Does a 15 hit you?
False.
Wait, no, hang on. It's 16.
False.
Sick.
Damn.
And then it's gonna
Damn.
attack again and gets another 16. What's your armor class?
17.
Bah! It And even though you are still as a board, it does not hit you.
It's dope.
It is now Gouger, it's your turn, and you can attack.
Great. I'm back, baby.
So matter of fact. I'm back, baby.
I'm back, baby. All right. Grum is right next to me, right? And we are within melee range.
No.
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 I've been floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. I'm still at the door. I sprint in 15 feet, bam, and then sprint back 15 feet. That's all I've been doing.
Gotcha. Okay, well, then. Sneak attack is useless. But I'm still going to try and do something with my rapier. Swing or stab or something. That was useless. 8 definitely doesn't hit. So I'm going to use my my cunning action as a bonus action to disengage and join my friend Bobby as far away as possible.
Excellent. It is now Kai's turn.
Okay.
Kais, you are bleeding heavily.
I am exactly bleeding heavily. So in a back and forth sort of like action, I'm going to hide behind Gouger. Hi, buddy.
Oh, hi.
Right there now.
Does that take away Gouger's hiding?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm bleeding.
You could absolutely hide. Please do.
Okay. I'm also gonna expend a spell slot and cast Cure Wounds to me for 1d8.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna roll for that then, and I heal 8.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
That means it is Gouger's. No. Yes, Wait, what?
I just went.
You did, and then Caius just went, which is not the proper turn order. Lucius, it's your turn.
I was curious about that for a second, but I figured I just forgot.
It doesn't really matter, but it does matter.
Considering he's just healing and probably won't be attacked.
How long does Bless last?
60 seconds? Yeah.
So like 10 turns.
Yeah, 10
Yeah,
turns.
alright.
How many turns have we taken?
Probably
5?
5?
3 or 4.
I think 4.
4 sounds right. Okay, I'm gonna attack and wow, roll 7. I keep rolling high on the attack rolls. 22.
Hit.
Cool. And damage is damn. I'm rolling low on the damage though. 6 damage.
Still damage. You managed to hit him. So you're right next to him, right?
Now I am. He moved towards Gouger last.
That's right.
turn.
That's right. Okay. So then it is Grum's turn.
Good. The same thing shall occur once more. Fuck. 16.
Remember to roll the d4.
Oh, I did. I've rolled a 1 every single time.
Okay. Yes, it does not hit.
Every time I've touched the D4 button.
But Patrick, it's just 50-50.
Yeah.
So now it's the Dream Eater's turn. And it is going to attack Lucius, obviously. Does a 13 hit you? Probably not.
It's not. Is he going again?
Yeah,
You bet
he's
shot.
going to put his hands around your head and attempt to put you to sleep. Oh no, that costs 2 actions. Sorry, it already attacked you, so it's just going to attack you.
That's right, Dream Eater.
Does a
Try
21
again.
hit you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What was that you were about to say?
What?
Dadoy, you take 14 damage.
14.
Yeah,
Whoa!
That's like a lot of damage and shit.
it is like a
Whoa.
lot of damage and shit.
Yeah, how's it
That's
feel?
a lot of damage.
Mr. Roundhouse kick to death. Super smite through the fucking wall. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like the
Have
fact.
some
I'm
of your
not
medicine.
used to being on the receiving end.
I don't like the fact that Lucius just got hurt for like a ton of damage, and I would like to use my Channel Divinity special reaction rebuke the violent.
Those were not real words.
I agree.
My special reaction bonus action. All right, sick. What does it do?
So if someone within 30 feet of me, which he is, is dealt damage with an attack, then that creature that attacked must make a wisdom saving throw on a failed save. The attacker takes the amount of
You
damage
forgot
that
about my
he just
bonus
dealt.
attack, didn't
And on a failed save, you take half. God damn it, Patty.
Okay. What's the
Most
saving
anime
throw?
thing ever.
So you have to make the wisdom saving throw against my
Spellcasting, probably.
16.
He fails, but he has an ability called Legendary
You've
Resistance.
activated his trap card.
2 times per, we're in a chain now. 2 times per day, if the Dream Eater fails a saving throw, it can choose to succeed instead.
Can choose to.
Just
So-
ignore
so
that.
I mean, he does eat dreams.
That's fair.
So yeah, it succeeds.
So it
Okay,
takes
so
half
that
damage.
only half damage.
And how much did you take?
13, so 7. He takes
Yes.
7 damage.
Yes, that's still a lot.
Yes, it is. No, sorry, I took 14, so it's still 7 damage.
All right. Excellent. I was hoping I was going to have an opportunity to use that ability. Great, because I'm it. So, I'm that thing.
Haha. Tag.
Shut up. Okay, next up is Gouger.
Oh, it's my turn.
Yes.
Wait, did the creature get a turn?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. So now
Yeah.
I have Lucius up in the front
Yes.
lines. I'm gonna shoot with my short bow.
I'm gonna shoot my short.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna shoot my short bow. 18.
That's a hit.
Sorry, I get 3d6. My damage today, not great. 9 total.
Takes 9 damage. Joe. Great. So it takes 9 damage, and it's starting to sort of like really be feeling the effects of these hits. And you can see sort of like dream essence coming out of him and returning to the sky, evidently, probably going out of portals back to the people from whence it came. You sort of start to gather that perhaps the monsters that were sucking the dream energy out were giving them to this thing somehow. And it's what is like powering it. It is now Lucius's turn.
Again? I swear, I'm getting turns left and right. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
just
that's because last round I put you in the wrong place.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Okay, I'm gonna hit it with my sword again, because actually, wait. I'm not gonna hit it with my sword because I can't survive another 14 damage right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and use Lay on Hands on myself and heal myself for the 10 remaining points I have in my healing pool.
Okay.
And that is my action.
Oh, kitten, no.
Just smacked me across the face with her tail.
Tough.
Is it still near me?
How did you move?
No, I didn't move. It didn't move though.
No, it's right there.
All right.
He's right there.
Can I move without incurring an attack of opportunity?
I've been really bad about attack of opportunities. Like, really bad. There have been many times tonight alone where there should have been attack of opportunity, so I'm going to say you will incur an attack of opportunity.
Ooh, I'm the first one who can't do it. I see how it is.
I'm sorry. Okay. It is now Grum's turn.
Again.
How long does your rage last, by the way?
That was
I think
Savannah!
it's
the music.
until I get knocked out, I think.
Okay.
Or the battle
End of the
ends.
combat, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, Savannah! Good.
When you're
When you're here.
I put an 18 plus D4 makes it 24.
Nope.
No, it does not.
Plus the 5 from my blade.
Okay, yes, it's a hit.
Good. 10. 10
Nice, nice. More of this dream essence sort of starts to sputter out.
Does it make a farting noise?
And if you attempt to move away, you will incur an attack of opportunity. Wait, no, you're 10 feet away. You're attacking with reach.
I got reach, boy. I'm out.
Never mind. So it is Kai's turn.
Cool. Yeah, I still don't want to go up near that guy. And plus, I have this very cool thing called the Oath Bow. That when I do make an attack against my target, my sworn enemy, also get to roll with advantage. So I shall draw the bow and attempt to attack.
It's really good for boss fights.
Really, really good. 21 with the bonus.
That's a hit.
And okay, so that's an extra 1d8 plus 2 plus the 3d6. Damage.
Nice.
Make that boy poop his dream essence.
I don't like this bow.
Yeah, you feel the bow's power and the power of the wielders before you. What was his name? The young king's father and his father before him. You feel their power in the bow, and it guides the arrows and the oath magic within. And it hits, and this arrow really deals some catastrophic damage. And you see a spurting white light out, and a large bit of dream essence flies towards the sky. It is now its turn, and it is going to... It's going to use its next ability. It's not done with abilities yet. I want to use them all. They're great. It now wraps its hands around Lucius's head. And you must make a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw.
I'm not very wise. I don't know about
How
this.
much experience do you have?
I do not succeed.
You are asleep.
Night. Good night.
You will wake up in 8 hours, or... or... if you take damage, or if another creature takes an action to shake you awake.
Okay. See ya.
And that's its turn. Actually, it sort of notices that there's like this... Something's happening when Lucius is near. So it's going to back away and disengage a little bit. It's
Okay,
not a literal disengagement because you're asleep. So.
You're asleep, so it doesn't matter. But also, because Lucius is incapacitated, my sneak attack doesn't work anyway. So.
Doesn't matter. It's all good. But thank you. So it's now your turn, Gouger. Hit it.
Hit it. Nobody else is near this thing, so...
Nope. Also, this song is so fucking good.
How far is Lucius from me? 25 feet? Something like that,
Yeah,
right?
between 25 and 30.
Okay, well, I use my movement to walk up, and I shake the living daylights out of him. 'Cause I need this boy awake.
I'm up.
You're awake.
And then I use my bonus action to disengage and move back do the same thing, I guess.
Is disengaging not just when you're up? I guess it would be fine either way.
I guess I also, one of my cunning actions is to dash instead, so I could just move again.
Yeah, that works. You're gone. You're gone.
That's what I do. I use my turn to shake him awake and go back to where I was.
Excellent.
Surely that was a short rest, yes?
Yes. How long were you asleep? 2 seconds? 1 second?
I didn't say how short.
It was a deep sleep, though. It was a deep sleep. No, but that is not a short rest. It is if the enemy imparts rest upon you, it is not. I wouldn't call that restful sleep. Lucius, it's your turn.
Just in time. Thank you for waking me up. All right, we're gonna go ahead and roll for the sword hit. Shit, I don't remember what this guy's AC is, but whatever. I can roll a D4 anyway, just in case, right? Does a 15 hit?
No.
Rip. Wait, I have not been. Sorry, that is actually a 19. I forgot to add.
You have to roll your strength.
Yes.
You need to write that. You need to write that in the box, big guy.
Yeah, I've been doing it every turn except for this one.
It's a hit.
Okay. Yeah, because I rolled 11 and then I rolled a 4 on the D4. and then that's 15 plus my strength and proficiency. Blah blah blah. We're good. I rolled a 1 on the damage again, which is 6 damage after all told.
Cool. He's looking worse for wear, gamers. As much as an ethereal demon spirit wisp nightmare can. Grum, it's your turn.
We're gonna sting like a bee. Let's make it
Okay.
happen. Ooh, yeah, that hits. That's a 24.
Yeah.
Yep. No crit on the advantage.
Good man.
Okay, so that's gonna be just a little D10. Ooh. Plus a little 4, plus a 2 from the range. That's going to be a 13 damage hit.
Nice. We don't want this. There we go. 13.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sick. And he gets bludgeoned forward and then regains his composure. I keep saying his. This is not a thing. This isn't it. Up next is Caius.
Let's see. Oathbow. Yeah.
Oathbow.
Oathbow. I am going to draw it, and I'm going to attempt to pierce my sworn enemy with mine arrow true! With a 6. That's all I got.
Even with advantage? Doesn't the Oathbow give you advantage?
Yeah, no.
Okay, yeah, no, that's a miss. Yeah, that would be a miss, I would say.
All right, folks.
Do you want to move?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay, it's this thing's turn. It is tired of Grum. This little toothpick hit and run away action is not its thing. So it is going to fly at you, Grum, and attempt to swing at you.
No.
Does a 16 hit you, Grum?
It does.
Okay, and does a, well then by extension a 19 hits you.
Ouch.
Uh-oh.
It's attacking you twice.
Multi-attack.
First attack, 9 damage.
Okay.
Second attack, 15 damage.
24.
Your boy got 13 hit points left.
He swung at you, and your blood is like oozing out of your chest.
I got plenty.
And there's more blood where that came from. Up next is Gouger.
Well, it's a good thing this thing
It sure is. Very
activated
opportune.
my trap card. So I'm going to draw my bow and hope for the best here. 18.
Hit.
Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's actually roll.
It's genuine enjoyment.
Some good damage here for once. Oh, okay. Now it finally kicks in, right? Of course. 21.
Let's go.
Whoa!
There we go, baby. That's like one off of what I could have potentially fully done.
And it starts. The light of like this dream essence is like flying out of it at all directions, and it is
Gouging everywhere.
googing everywhere, and it's almost dead.
Almost.
Up next, well, dead, destroyed. Who knows? Up next is Lucius.
Oh boy. Do I get to
Slay
do
the beast.
a little poke of my sword?
Slay the beast, Lucius.
All right, I'm going to run
Only
with
you.
my long sword. And I did a... Does a 19 hit?
Yes,
Okay.
this could seal the deal.
It could. I do...
Gamers, get your jack-o'-lanterns ready.
I do 4 plus 2 plus 3 is 9 damage.
How you want to finish it? I'll act it out. I'll do it up
Does
here.
he
I'll
have
act it out for you.
anything analogous to legs?
If you look on stream, he's got these tendrils floating beneath his body.
We're doing like imagine those things, those videos where the guy like tries to slash the wicks off of all the candles in a row.
Yes.
Yeah, that with tendrils.
All right. I'll move the chair.
Oh boy.
The headset's coming off. All right. Okay. I'm both parties in this. I'm gonna move the webcam.
I was gonna
All
say,
right,
we
there's
only
two
have some
adefs.
access.
How
I
did
swear.
that
Take the sword. Just a full-on Babe Ruth point right at the legs, so I guess more like this. And a wind up, little wind up, and the wow. And he just does one of these. And
How
that's,
you doing down there?
that's what happens.
Bravo.
You've taken his tendrils, you monster.
You did it!
Nobody died.
Nobody died.
Nobody died.
Nobody died. And we can stop with this horrifying music.
There was a lot of balanced damage though. We all took a lot, which is a first. Usually it's like all on one person kind of.
Yeah, he attacked a lot of you guys. So anyway, you take this final hit, you slice his tendrils clean off. You try to catch them, but they're ethereal, and they sort of dissipate. It's a little disappointing, but it's still cool.
It's a little dissipating.
Oh! So then...
Fix your webcam. I got you.
Thank you, King. So then... he sort of explodes into this radiant light, and all of his energy returns to all those he's wronged. But you hear the same voice again that you heard just before the fight began. And it says, "You've made it through my dream world. Through my family's ancient castle? How fascinating. Perhaps we should be worried about you." And then suddenly you blink, and you're back in Aerosmith. And as you awaken, you barely catch a glimpse. Above you, you're on the docks, right? Overlooking the sea. And you look up, and a great green dragon flies overhead, hundreds and hundreds of feet in the sky, off towards the sea. And it's still raining, even harder than before. But could this have been Aptelius? The thoughts fill your head, but we fought the man with the dragon. You sense you freed the town of their nightmares. And next, it's on to Shalos. Thank you for watching episode 5 of Speedrunners and Dragons, the Halloween Spooky-tacular. That was
the spooky haunted castle with the dream-eating port town.
That was a fun
cool.
one. That was a fun one.
That was really fun.
I had a lot of fun there.
The guy with the dragon is the supposed index, yes?
Yes. Connections.
You're a creative guy.
Great. Well, thank you everybody for watching. We're going to do plugs real quick, and then we're going to raid someone, so do not go away even for a second. We are grateful for you watching and sticking around. Really grateful. Thank you for hanging out for so long. I hope you enjoyed the episode. I had a lot of fun writing this one, and I think we had a lot of fun performing it and playing it tonight.
Raise some pants in chat.
Oh,
ADF and
he
his
did.
DMing skills.
He did the thing. Pants. That's my thing for some reason. That's my thing. Yeah, this is a fun one. I'll start this time. Hey, if you aren't following the channel, you dingus, just follow the channel, you dingus. At 4,000, I promised my chat months and months ago for some reason that I would tell this really embarrassing story about me crying in a McDonald's in New York City when I was like 20 years old. So if you want to hear that story, follow the dang channel, you dingus. Other than that, I'm still in the middle of the partner push. The average is climbing, but we still got work to do. So if you feel like supporting your boy, lurking in the chat, rating when you can, super appreciated. We're close, but we're not there. That's all my things.
I'm gonna go because I am starving and
Sure.
I want to go eat.
If you wouldn't mind, when you go eat after you're done with your plug, just leave your webcam up to keep the layout, and when I close the Zoom call, you'll be deleted anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I was gonna do.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be streaming tonight, and I play video games, and it's fun. I got no big. What kind of video games? Oh,
Yeah, what
fun
kind of
ones.
video games?
The
Oh,
fun ones. Oh.
that sounds fun.
A little bit, a smattering of everything. I'm big into pixely looking indie games for the most part recently. So
Nice.
if that sort of stuff intrigues you,
It's been
then-
fun to watch. I vouch for that.
Thank you. Hey, speaking of pixely indie games, let's go to Bobby,
Hey.
and I'm gonna go eat dinner.
Bye,
Let's
Pat.
see, fellas.
Bye, Patty.
Later, Patty.
No level up this week. Just so you know.
Dang, looking forward to level 5.
Bobby, hit it. You're muted. Oh,
yeah.
I can hear you.
Am I? No.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
We're doing our final front page segments tomorrow and Friday. Friday is also going to be Super Boss Brothers, which is a video game gauntlet retro gaming show by B and Big John. 7 p.m. at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. And tomorrow we're going to be playing some more Street Fighter speed run grind to Ultimate Grandmaster. So it's definitely a speed run, but it'll also take a couple days or a week or so. So tune in for that.
Sweet.
Who else, guys?
I almost called you Lucius. Danny?
It's okay. I'm Lucius. It's still the D&D stream. Yeah, so I've been working on glitchless speedruns of Ocarina of Time. It's a category that I have played for ridiculous amounts of time in the past, but I haven't played it for like 2 years. I lost the record. It's a 3-hour and 40-minute category. I'm only 13 seconds behind taking the record back. So it's an exciting push, and just the other day I had a run that was almost there. So if you want to see the glitchless record for OOT get beaten, then tune in the next few streams because it's probably going to happen.
Oh, also, you can see their channels here.
There they are.
Boom. There they are.
Look at them.
Look at them. Dangerous.
There they are.
Close us out.
They're over there.
I even changed Danger's thing to say Fall Guys Pro / Super
Yes.
Mario Odyssey Speedrunner.
I suppose that is more accurate to the current content that is being provided, yes. And that's kind of what I've been doing, because there's been a lot of Fall Guys tournaments and things, and I keep getting invited to them, and they're really fun to play in. And Fall Guys, when you play it yourself, it's actually a lot harder than these guys make it look, and I'll tell you that. So that's what I do. I hoard the crowns like a hungry dragon. That's what I've been doing. Also, it was a sub goal recently to play through Hatoful Boyfriend. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but I, a human woman, date birds. And that's been very interesting.
Excellent. Well, without further ado, we're gonna raid my friend Indy, my good friend Indy. He's a good boy, and I love him dearly. So that's where we're going. We're gonna post jack-o'-lanterns in the chat, so when you get there, post jack-o'-lanterns. Thank you again so much for watching, guys. We really appreciate your continued viewership of Speedrunners and Dragons. Truly, you make this project worthwhile and what it is, and so we're happy to have you. If you're not subscribed to the YouTube, subscribe to the YouTube. You can also find it by clicking the Speedrunners and Dragons info panel below my stream, or I typed !S_D. You can see it there. I don't really have anything else to say. Follow this channel. We'll be back in 2 weeks on November 2nd.